Hey, thanks for stopping by my channel. In this video, we're going to be learning Python for those of us who want to work in the field of cybersecurity, whether that is bug bounty hunting or penetration testing. About the first 3 hours of this course, we're going to focus heavily on just learning the basics of Python, such as for loops, while loops, functions, variables, and if-else statements. So that is kind of what we're going to do in the beginning. But while we're learning, after each concept we learn within Python, we're going to create our own little project. And then the last couple of hours of this course, we're going to focus really heavily on building cybersecurity tools. And this is really going to help build the foundation that's going to carry you through in your career in cybersecurity. So a few of the projects we're going to end up building is a packet sniffer, a port scanner, a URL scraper for a desired target or domain that you enter, and then a prober, which is actually going to take those URLs and go out and see if it actually gets a 200 OK, and a lot more tools beyond just those. So that is kind of the stuff we're going to be doing. And if you get stuck at any time, my GitHub page is down below and you'll be able to go and grab the finished code. But I would rather you actually go out and build these tools. That's really going to help you in the world of cybersecurity and actually learn Python so that you know what you're doing, and maybe you want to add or change these tools in the future. You will be able to create your own tools without any guidance or assistance. So based on this poll right here, I have decided to go ahead and streamline this course. I originally had about 10 hours worth of content, and I cut it down to what you see here because there is a lot in the world of Python that you really don't need to know in order to work in the field of cybersecurity. And it seemed like a lot of you didn't want all of that extra information. However, in the future, probably in the next few months, I'll continue to work through editing that extra footage, and I will post the full-length Python kind of in everything, even the stuff you don't need to know in the world of cybersecurity in the next few months. So for now, let's go ahead and jump into this. The links for the PyCharm download is going to be in the description. It'll take you straight to this page, and if you are on Windows, you can come over here for Windows or Linux and you can download it. If you are running a Mac with the Silicon Valley chip, you can click this right here and it'll automatically start the download. You'll just click next, install, and it will install for you. And I already have it installed down here, so we can go ahead and open this up. You can create a new project. I'm just going to use this project right here. One of the first things we can do is just go ahead and delete this, and we're going to be looking at the print function. And the reason we're going to be looking at print is because it is something that you are going to use all of the time. We are going to be printing to debug our code and printing to our terminal so that we can see the output later on of the tools that we make. We need to be able to see what they're doing so that way we have that valuable information that our programs are supposed to be giving us. So the first thing we're going to do is just type in the word print. And there's several different ways to print different information, but we're going to start out with the basic hello world. So you can add in your double quotes and even your single quotes, whichever you would like. And then we're just going to type in hello world. And if we come over to our little run button over here and we hit run, it's going to print to our console down here and it's going to tell us hello world. Now that seems pretty simple, but there are a few things you should probably know. And that is this right here is considered a string. Anytime you're printing any information that is inside of single or double quotes, you need to know that that is in fact a string, because if we delete this and we try to run this, it's going to give us this error, and this is going to tell us invalid syntax because it's trying to print these as variables instead of a string. So we need to make sure that we have these inside of our double quotes. And if you accidentally forget to close this off, we're going to get this red squiggly telling us that there is an error, and over here will be our error as well. And we should be able to hold our mouse over it and it will tell us the problem. We are missing the closed quote. Now let's say that this wasn't able to tell us the error that we had. We could run it and it's going to give us this error message down here, and we could just copy it and take it to Google and paste it in. Probably the first couple of links in Google would tell us what our problem is, and that is that we need this double quote right here to get our code to work. One thing you need to know about programming is that all programmers are there to do one thing, and that is solve problems. We write code and we write scripts in order to make our lives a lot easier. As you're going to see later in this course when we get into our tool making, we're going to be automating a lot of what we do on a day-to-day basis. And we're even going to create some different ethical hacking tools that will make our lives a lot easier. So in the most basic form, this is the print statement, which we're going to be using a lot. And there's a lot more that we can do with print that we're going to see a little bit later on. And this is a string, and this is how we would print hello world to our console. Okay, there are a few more things we can do with the print statement that are really simple that I want to show you right up front. And first, if we wanted to print, let's say we believe in a multiverse, we want to print hello world 1, hello world 2, and hello world 3. We can now run this, and you're going to see that we have hello world 1, 2, and 3, and we have them all on new lines here. But let's say we were up here and we just said, comma, hello world 2, and we run this. You're going to see that this is all on one line. But let's say our program needs to have columns and rows, and we need this to be on a different row. We could delete our comma here, and we can just put in a \n. And if we run this now, you're going to see that we have it on a new line. And in order to get these to line up, we would delete that space. And now we have hello world 1 and hello world 2. But this is not the only way we can print this. Usually, if I can get away with it, I don't like to use the \n unless I really need something on a different line. And so this is another way to print hello world and to get these on different lines. But we can do a lot more with the print statement. So instead of just putting something on a new line, let's say we want to print our name. We can say Ryan, and then you can also put in a plus here, and then we're going to put in John, just like this. And if we run this, you're going to notice something interesting. We have my name here all smashed together. So if you're going to be printing something this way, you'll need to have a space in one of these, either right here or right here. And then if we run this, you're going to see we have Ryan space John. So it looks okay. But you can also come in here and add another set of quotes, and you can just put in a space right here, and then you'll have to add in another plus. And now if we print this, you're going to see we get the same output. And if we delete our space here, you're going to see that it is all together. So this is another way to concatenate or put together different strings. And there is more to this than just putting our strings together just like this. So hopefully this all makes sense at this point, but we can also save our name in variables. So we can just say x equals, and then remember that we need this to be a string, and we can put our name, and we can say y equals, and then we can put in John, just like this. And now if we come down here, and let's say we just want to print the first, my name, we could just say print x, and if we run this, it's going to print Ryan. So this x right here is called a variable, and its only purpose is to store the information over here. So let's say I wanted to save an integer instead of my name. I could just put in number 5, and then if I run this, it's going to print the number 5. But we'll get to integers in just a second. So we have my name right here, and all the x is doing is saving this information over here, and y is saving this information over here. And in order to print a variable, we do not add in our quotations, because if we add in our quotations, it's going to assume this is a string and not a variable, and it's just going to print x instead of printing our variable. So we need to make sure that our variable is outside of quotes, so our program knows that we're trying to print the variable instead of a string. And so if we run this, we get Ryan. Now what happens if we come in here and we say we want to print x plus y? We go ahead and run this. We see that we do not have our space. So let's say we want to add in our space. Well, there's two ways we could do this. We could just add a space in right here, and then it's going to print, but that is not the proper way to print or concatenate these two strings that are saved together in these variables. What we would use is something called an F string. And we'll just go ahead and delete everything in here so that way you can understand how the F string works, which we will use in the future. We put the F and then we put our quotes. And now if we want to use our variables inside of our quotes, we have to do some squiggly braces. So if we put in X now inside of our F string right here, we can print this and you're going to get my name. So we have this as an F string. So now if we want to put a space in here between my name, we can just say print like this, and then we can add in our squigglies and we can say Y, and we should be able to print this, and we get Ryan John, and our space is right here. So there is a lot more that we can do with the print statement, but without giving you too much information too quickly, I think we're going to stop right here. And then as we need to learn more information about the print statement in the future, I will go ahead and give you that information when the time comes. But this is the basics of the print statement and how we're going to get it to work, and a little bit of a basics with variables, which we're going to see how we can store information in variables in a little more detail coming up real quickly. All right, now let's go ahead and look at the input function instead of just having the print function right here. So we'll go ahead and delete all of this. And let's say we want an IP address so that we can run our new tool or scan against an IP address. Instead of saying something like print, what is the target IP, question mark. If we print this, all it's going to do is print, and we can't actually do any input down here. It's just printing what is the IP address. But what we could do is take this, and instead we can say input, and now we have this input right here, and it's going to say what is the IP address. And if we run this now, it's going to ask us to input an IP address. So we can say 10, 10, 10, 10, and if we run this, it's going to execute the code and complete with 0 errors, but nothing actually happened. We want to make sure that something's actually happening, and first I like to have a space right here, so we can go ahead and add a space right there. But now that we have this input, we want to do something with this input. So we can say that we want to print the IP address, and so we can say the IP. So we want this to be saved as a variable, and something that's very interesting that we can do with inputs is we can save them inside of variables. So we can actually say IP equals, and then it is going to equal this input right here, and then we can print the IP, which I typed in IT. So now we can print this IP address down here, and we can say the IP is whatever. So we'll come over here and we'll put in some quotes, and we'll add in our plus, and we'll say the IP you entered is, and then we'll have the IP address. So we can run this now, and we can come down here and say 10, 10, 10, 10. And if we run this, it's going to print the IP you entered is right here. Or we could say something like scanning the target, and then it'll have the IP address right here instead of just saying the IP you entered. This would be more realistic. If we were running a tool, we would put something like this. We're scanning the target of the IP address that was entered. But there's also another way you can do all of this and make it look pretty simple. So what we can do is just delete all of this, and we can just say we want an input. So we can just say enter, and that should load for us. And we're going to ask for an IP address, and we'll say what IP would you like to target? And we can add our question mark and our space. But remember, if we just run this, we're not going to be able to add or put anything down here. This is just going to take our input, and then it's going to run, and it's going to finish out the code. But what we could do is we could say something like print, and then we can put all of this inside of our print statement. And remember, because we have an open parenthesis right here, and here we are going to have a 2 in order to close everything off. And now we can type in what we're targeting over here. So we could put in like our quotes right here, and we can say you are targeting, and then this is going to target the input that has been put over here. So we can add our plus right here. So now we should be able to target the IP address. Let's run this and see if it works. So we can say, what IP would we like to target? 10, 10, 10, 10. And then if we hit enter, it's going to print out for us, you are targeting, and this is the IP address that we have entered. So you can see there are several different ways to do almost anything in the world of programming. We have our print statement and our input statement both right here with this concatenation right here, or you can take the input and then pass it through a print statement a little bit later on, like we saw in the first example. So you can go ahead and play around with the print statements and maybe make a print statement that takes the user's first name and then adds on through a different input the last name. So go ahead and play with the print statements and the input statements and try and make your own input and print statements. So that way you're very familiar with how to use these. Let's take another look at variables. So we'll go ahead and just comment this out. And we want to take a look at variables and numbers. And then I also want to show you the link function. So we've already talked a little bit about variables, such as saying x equals 5, and then we can say y equals 7. And then we could, if we wanted to, print, and we can just say x plus y. And we can run this, and in our console down here we get 12, which is right. And if you remember, if we put this inside of some quotations, this is just going to print it for us as we have it written, x plus y, because our variables get sent through as variables without having the quotes. But what if we say x equals Ryan and 7 equals John? You remember that these need to have quotes around them because they are strings. And so we would need to have quotes in order to get this to work. So if you just put x in here like this and we run this, we're going to get an error because Ryan is not defined because it is a string. But if we put 5 back in here and we run it, we're going to get 5 down here and it is going to work. And if we say x plus y, what do you think is going to happen? We run this and we get an error. And the reason for this is 1 is an integer, meaning it is a number, and 1 is a string, and these cannot be added together. They must be the same. So we could take x right here and we could say we want to turn it into a string. And so you could put it into quotes like this, and now we have this str, which is defining our x, or rather redefining our x as a string. And if we hit enter, it says 5 John. And if we wanted to, we could just add a space in here and we could run this again and we get our space right here. And this will change the x into a string. Now we could also do something like this that is also going to be useful, and you will be seeing this in the future, and you will need to know how to do this because you're going to use it in the future, is to take this x right here, and let's say it is a string, so it is in quotes right here. Sometimes you'll get data back and it's going to be as a string, and we're going to then show you, and then I want to show you that we can change this back to an integer, because sometimes you will see this in the future. So we'd have this back as 7, and if we run this, we're going to have an error because we have the string is not an integer. It needs to be an integer. This 5 needs to be an integer for us to be able to add it. So we could just say int for integer, and then we can do this, and it will change our x back into an integer even though it has those quotations, and then it will add this together so that it all works. So I wanted to show you some variables, and then I also wanted to show you there is a bunch of extra functions within Python that you're just going to have to learn about. And when we get into our projects that we're going to be building later, we'll be using things like the integers and the strings and the length really regularly. So you will be able to see these and become familiar with them in the future. I just didn't want to dump all of these on you in the future. So I kind of am going to sprinkle some of this information, like like the strings and integers throughout the progression of this course. And as encouragement, one thing you have to remember in programming, by now you're probably feeling overwhelmed, and we're only 15 to 20 minutes into this course, and you have to look at it this way. In the world of programming, you start out knowing nothing at all. And the information, every bit of information you get is new. And so it's going to feel very overwhelming because you're going to be getting all of this new information right here. And then eventually it'll start to round out like this. And then you'll start to get just a little bit of new information every now and then. So as your experience goes on, the more the learning curve starts to flatten out. So if you see this, the longer the experience you have, the less learning you're going to be doing. But in the beginning, this curve right here really does go up exponentially. And I remember that feeling of there is so much information, but just keep going, keep on studying, and it will all click. And sometime in the future, you're going to look back and think this isn't that hard. And you will remember the feeling of being overwhelmed, but programming really isn't that difficult. It just has a lot of information right here on the front end. So I want you now to do this right here. I want you to take a first name as a variable right here, and then take a last name as a variable. So you're going to have two variables, and one's going to be a first name and a last name, and then print to the console your name is, and for my case it would be Ryan John, and you're going to print it through these variables. You've seen everything necessary at this point in order to do our first task right here. And so if you want, you can pause this video and go ahead and try and tackle this on your own. But if you don't remember where to start, just keep following along with the video. And then if things start to click, go ahead, pause the video and solve it on your own, because you're going to learn the best when you are practicing. So let's go ahead and we'll delete all of this. So we're going to take the first name as a variable. So what we can do is we can just say f name for first name, and we're going to say it equals, and we want an input, and we can say, what is your name? Question mark, space. And then we can come down here and we can say L name for last name, and we will say equals input, and then we want to say, what is your last name? Question mark, space, and then we just want to print to the console, which I apparently have spelled wrong here, and I have variable spelled wrong, but that's okay. And we're going to say this has an S right there, and then we want to print your name is with these blanks right here. So what we can do at this point is we can say print quotes and your name is, and then we have our variables, and it is we want to print f name and L name. And I'm going to show you both ways you can do this. And first you can add in our f string. I prefer to use f strings. I think they are the easiest way to do something like this. So we can run this and see what our code looks like. What is my first name? Ryan. What is my last name? John. And we have your name is Ryan John. So we were able to write this little program by taking our first name, last name, and then printing it. Now you will see things done this way as well. I think it is a little more cumbersome, but a lot of people don't use f strings, and I'm not sure why. And they will add plus f name space plus L name space. And so what we can do now is guess the input, because I think we're going to have to edit this. And now let's go ahead and run the program and see what happens. And your name is Ryan John, and I thought this was going to happen. And we can add in our single quotes with a space right here. And I forgot to add in our plus, and rerun this. And now we should be able to go Ryan John, and it prints our name. Your name is Ryan John. So I hope by now you can see why I really like the f strings, because it is just a lot easier to do, but you are going to see this quite often. And if you do any kind of full stack development and you're doing back-end development on the server side with JavaScript or Node.js, you do see things like this as well. So this is something you're going to see outside of just Python with these pluses and these quotes. And so it is something you need to be aware of. But in Python, from now on, you're probably going to just see me running an f string, because I really like to pass my variables in with F strings. I just think it is easier and it looks better. It's just so much easier to do this right here and pass my variables in. So with that, we're going to continue working with our variables and naming variables. So before we move on to our next little challenge, I want to talk a little bit about your variable names. If you guys have been following my YouTube channel at all, then you know that I'm really bad about naming my variables, something that I can remember. You need to try your best to name your variables something so that when you come back like a month or 2 months or a year later, you know what these variables mean. So if this variable was just in and this variable was q, and this program had a bunch of information inside of it, I would have no idea what this variable does, and I wouldn't know what this variable does, and it just makes it a lot more difficult. So fname is how I would name this if I was really writing this program, and this would be lname. And the reason I did that is so you could see good variable naming practices, but sometimes you'll be running out of variables and you're going to have to get creative in naming your variables something that you can remember. One other thing that you'll see that is really common if you're naming your variables something that you're just running out of variable names, you're struggling, is to just create a comment like this and then write in a description. These variables take a first name and last name, and then you'll have this right here to explain to you when you come back what these variables do. So this is going to be really helpful for you in the future when you are programming and you're struggling to come up with variable names. You'll want to name your variables the best you can so that you can remember them. So let's go ahead and delete this. So we'll paste this in here, and this program is going to first start out by putting a greeting to your program. So just welcome, thanks for using my program, something like that. Ask the user for a pet name. So it can be your pet, a friend's pet, or just the name of a pet if you were to have one, and then ask the name of the city where they are from, and you're going to combine the pet name with the word cyber as a new Twitter handle, and then add the city where they are from. So the output is going to look like this: your new Twitter handle and a bio. So you have the Twitter handle and the bio. So it'd be CyberFred from Honolulu. Fred is the name of my daughter's fish. So your program is going to put out the name of a pet, cyber as your handle for your new hacker name, and then the place where you were born. So mine would be CyberFred. And so this is what our program is going to do. You can go ahead and try and use these instructions to create a program that is going to do this. And if you're unsure where to start, I'm going to go ahead and start this project, and at any point, if you feel like you can complete it on your own without watching the video, you can go ahead and do that, because the best way to learn is going to be by doing and writing code yourself. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is create our greeting, and we just want to say print quotes, thanks for using my program, just like this, and we'll add in a exclamation point. So we say, thanks for using my program. Number 2, ask the user for the name of a pet. So we'll say p name for our pet name equals, and then we want an input. What is the name of a pet? Question mark, and we want to remember to add our space, so that way when they type, it will have this space like it does down here. And if you wanted to be extra fancy, you can add a \n right here, and they will now be able to enter their name on a new line. But in the world of cybersecurity, when you run most tools and the tools that we're going to write in the future, we're pretty much never going to have anything on the new line. So we'll add a space in right here. So that is the pet name. And now we need a city that they were born in. So we'll put b name, even though this is not a super great variable for a birth city for the city where you were born. We could put b city right here. So it'd be b city, so birth city, just like this. And now we can put our input, and we can ask for the city you were born in. So we can say, what city were you born in? Question mark space. And now I'm actually going to put these together because variables should go together like that. We'll double space and we will say we want to combine the names to create the at cyber and then from Honolulu. So now we can print, and I'm going to use an F string because I like those. And you can use an F string as well, or you can add in the pluses for your concatenation. And we're going to say your new Twitter handle and bio, and then we'll add in a colon, and we're going to say at, and then we want our squiggly braces, and we want the P name, and actually we want this to have cyber right here, and then we can add in our space from, and then we want our squiggly braces, and we're going to say B city, just like this. So this should print your new Twitter handle and bio, cyber with our pet name, from, and our city. So let's go ahead and run this and check the output. Thanks for using our program. What is the name of a pet? And I'm going to use Fred because that is my daughter's fish's name. The city I was born, Honolulu. And we should be able to hit enter, and we get your new Twitter handle and bio, CyberFred from Honolulu. So there you have it. This is a pretty simple program, and I really want you to get comfortable with printing and taking in inputs. You're going to be doing this a lot as you program tools in the future, or as you are making your own exploits, or you're automating them, or even modifying exploits in the future, because you're going to see printing and inputs all the time, and you will need to be able to modify the inputs because software changes over time, and you are going to come across exploits that will exploit for you, and you're going to need to change the inputs sometimes, and you will need to get used to using print right here, because I use print all the time for debugging my code to see when different functions or for loops, and to make sure different areas of my code are actually being run. So I'll put in print statements randomly to make sure my code is running in the right order so that I can see what is happening. So you should be very familiar at this point with variables, inputs, and print statements. And now we're going to move into looking at different types of data and data types that we will be using in the future. All right, so let's look at some data types. And so we can go ahead and delete this little program right here, and we're going to look at some data types. So we'll just type in data types just in case you forget what we are dealing with. So we've already talked about strings, and you can remember that strings are one type of data. So we have number one right here, and that is going to be strings. And you know what a string is. We can print hello world just like this, and if we run it, this is going to be ran as a string. And just so you know, you can actually do a type function like this, and it will tell you what you are dealing with. So if we run this now, it's telling you that we are dealing with a string. If we delete this and we put in a number 5 and we run this, we're going to see that we're dealing with an integer. And if we put a 0.5 and we run this, we're going to see that we have a float. So you can test what you are dealing with by putting in the type function right here. So that is just something that is helpful to know. So we know what strings are because we have dealt with them before, and we have hello world just like this. Print, we have a string. So we'll go ahead and comment this out. But one thing I want to mention that you're going to need to know in the future dealing with this hello world, if we print our string again and we have hello world, we can index or subscript inside of this string right here. And what I mean when I say this is we can add in some square braces, and if we put in a 0, because computers always start counting from 0, this 0 is going to grab for us this H right here, and you can see that it printed for us an H down here. If you put a 1 in here, you are going to print the E. So go ahead and guess which number we need to put in here in order to print this little 0, this little O right here. So we can put in our 4 and we can test this, and we're able to print the O right there. So this is called subscripting, and you will see this in the future. especially when you're writing programs and you are wanting to cut maybe the first word and the third word out of some kind of data so that you're able to grab just usernames and maybe their emails, and you're wanting to do some brute forcing. You will use this in the future. Just to show you, you are going to use all of the things we are talking about in the future. Writing programs where you are grabbing specific parts of data that you want to brute force against, or maybe create word lists out of. So you will see this subscripting in the future. You will see integers and you will see floats, not just in this course where you're practicing, but in real life when you're writing programs on your own in the future. So we can do this subscripting right here, and we have our strings. So we'll go ahead and comment this out. And the number 2 that you're going to see is going to be the integer, which you are familiar with by now. If we want to print an integer, we can just print the number 5 and we can run it. And as you've seen earlier, we can test it by saying we want to check the type. And if we run this, we have typer, we want the type. And if we run this, we get an integer. So integers are just numbers. But what's interesting about these numbers is you can have a different type of number, which is going to be the float. So the float is just any number that has a decimal in it. So if we have a 0.67 and we run this, our output is going to be a float. Yes, it is a number, but this is going to be a float because it has this point which can move around within the number. And you may think you're not going to use floats in the future, but if you're doing any kind of programming with decimals, you will want this, because you're going to want to go out maybe to just the 100th place, and you will have decimals that run out maybe 10 places, and you don't want that, and you're going to need to use the float. So this is the float, which is another data type. And then lastly, we are going to look at the Boolean, and I use this all the time in while loops. So you will see the Boolean and while loops, which we will use in the very near future when we are dealing with our projects. So a Boolean is going to be true or false statement. So if something is true, then we want our program to do something. If something is false, then we want it to do something else. And I run my while loops as while true, do this, and then when false, the while loop will quit, so that we're not in an infinite loop. So this is a Boolean, and these are the data types that you're going to see the most: strings, integers, floats, and Boolean. All right, now we're going to take a little bit of a shift, and we're going to start looking at if-else statements, or we can think about these as conditional statements or control flow. So we want to control the flow of what is happening with if-else statements. And if there's anything you need to learn how to do in the world of programming, it is to think in if-else statements. If something happens, then I want this to happen. And if that doesn't happen, then I want something else to happen. So a simple way to think about this is we're going to create a simple project that is going to take a first number, and then we're going to take in a second number, and we're just going to see which number is bigger. So the first thing we can do is we can just create an input, and we're going to say, what is the first number? Then we can add a space, get out of that, and we can say input, and we need a second number. And we can say, what is the second number? And it tells us we have a typo up here. So we have a first number and a second number. So we can say f number equals, and then we can say s number equals, and really I don't like how that looks, so we're going to go fnum and snum. So we have first number and second number. So our if statement would be, if the first number is bigger, then we want it to print something. Else, if the second number is bigger, we want to print that the second number is bigger. So we can just add in something that looks like this. If fnum is greater than the snum, we want to print something. So we'll say print the first number is bigger. And then else, if this doesn't happen, we need to come back to this first line right here, because the if and the else need to be on the same line. So else, we want to print the second number is larger. So we can run our program and see if our if statement works. So what is the first number? We'll have 1, and the second number is 2, and it says the second number is larger. So let's say we want to add in another if statement instead of just having this else right here, because what happens if we do the number 2 and then we hit enter and we have another number 2 and we hit enter? We're going to have a second number is larger, but it's really not, because we just have this else statement. So if the first number is not bigger than the second number, it's just printing this. But if the numbers are the same, then we need it to do something different. So we can make our else statement say the numbers are the same, and our if statement needs to now have an elif. So instead of just having an else, we have an if and then an else if right here, which is something you're going to see in Python. And so we can say else if our second number is larger than our first number, we want to print the second number is larger, like this. Now, if we run this, we can check our program. Let's make our second number larger than the first to make sure that it is working. So it says your first number is larger because I entered that backwards. So we have our first number is larger. So let's do a 1 and a 2, and our second number is larger. And if we do 2 and 2, the numbers are the same. So this is an if statement, and then an elif, and then the else. So this captures everything else right here. And then we have our if statement, so the number 1, and then our elif if our number 2 is larger, and then if they are the same. So this is conditional statements, and this is something you are going to see in the future. And I have a little challenge here for us to try, and it's all right if you're not ready to complete this challenge. We will do this together, and let me comment this out, and you can follow along. So we're going to make a little program that is going to have several if, elif, and else statements within it. So we're going to write a program that prompts the user to enter their score, whatever grade they got on a particular test, maybe, or homework, and then it's going to tell them what grade they got back. And here is our example. If it's a 90 or above, A, 80 to an 89, it's going to be B, and then so on and so forth. So with these instructions, the first thing it says we need to do is ask them to enter their score. So we're going to type in their score, which is going to be our variable, and we're going to ask for an input. And if you want, you can not follow along. You can actually go ahead and write this yourself and see if you can figure it out. It is a pretty simple program, given we just did an elif statement, and this is going to be pretty similar to that. So we're going to ask them for a score, and we're going to say, what was your test score? Just like this. And now we're going to tell them what their grade is, which is going to consist of, it looks like, 4 if statements and then 1 else. So we can come in here and tell it. If the score is greater than or equal to 90, then we want to print something. So we'll print their grade is an A. Your grade is an A, just like this. And then we can do the same thing with the rest of these, and this is going to be highlighted because we have a string instead of an integer as our score over here, because our score is being entered in as a string. So what we can do over here is we can actually make a second line so that you can see this, and we can say score equals score, and we want to change it to an integer. So we can close this off, and now our little error goes away. So we're changing our score to an integer right here. So now we can come back and we can say elif the score is greater than or equal to an 80, then they get a B. And I'm actually going to just copy this so that way this goes a little quicker. Then they get a B right here. And you may be thinking, why would we have this right here? If it's an 80, then it's going to print it's a B. That's not actually how this works, because if as the program runs from top to bottom, it's going to see this if statement, this very first if statement, and if this is true, it's going to not run this right here or anything after this if statement. It will just move on to the next bit of code, because really, if this was a program we were writing, we'd have it in a function and it would just skip the rest of this code. So we'll do one more elif, and then we'll just do an else statement. So elif the score is greater than or equal to 70, then we're going to print your grade is a C, and then we're going to add in our else statement right here, and we're going to say everything else we're going to print, and we're going to say next time study more. So now we have our if statement, our elif statements, two of those, and then our else statement right here. So let's go ahead and run our program and see what happens. So if we run this, and let's say we got a 91, and we hit enter, our grade is an A. And if we run it and we got an 84, and we hit enter, we got a B. What happens if we got a 56? It's going to tell us that next time we need to study more. So this is how you can run if statements. And so if you followed along with this, I want you to go ahead and delete this, and you can pause it with just the instructions right here and see if you can remember how to write this on your own with your own if statements and your own elif statements. You need to get really comfortable using if statements. You're going to use them all the time. So go ahead, and if you were able to do it on your own, then great job. If not, go ahead and try and pause the video and follow the instructions and create your own program like we just did. With our little program here that we have completed, I want to show you that you can also do nested if statements. So what we can do is we have this if statement right here, and we will just cut this out right here. We can ask for an age, so we'll have age equals input, and we can say what is your age, and we're going to also need this to be an integer, so we can wrap all of this inside of an integer, and we can add a question mark and a space, and so we have this age as an integer, and we can say if age is less than 10, then we are going to give them some extra credit points, and we're going to say that they get an A+. So if your age is less than 10, meaning you're a child prodigy and you got above a 90, then you're going to get an A+. And then we can add in else. Everyone else who is over age 10, they get just a regular A. They do not get this A+. So you could actually now copy this right here, and we could paste it in and do the same thing for the B. Now, it is bad practice to copy paste code, because if I had a typo or some kind of bug, I now have that ×2, but we are going to assume that we don't have a typo, and we're going to say the same thing down here, and we'll just leave this 70. If you get a 70, no matter what your age is, you get a C. There are no C pluses being handed out today. So what we can do at this point is we can say, what was our score? Our score was an 85. Our age is 5 years old. It's going to tell us we get a B+ because we are under 10. So this is called a nested if statement. So you can have multiple if statements in here. So if the score is above a 90, which we can run right here, and we can say our score is a 92. Then it's going to come right here and run this line of code, and it's going to say, what is your age? And let's say this time we're 12, and we hit enter. It's going to tell us we get an A. So it bypasses this because this if statement is inside this if statement, and it's going to tell us we're older than 10. So we're going to skip this. We don't get an A because this right here is false, and it's going to tell us we don't get an A+. We get an A because we are over the age of 10. And we can see that our 70 down here will still work. So if our score is a 71 and we run this, it does not ask for our age because it doesn't matter. Everyone in this category gets a C. So these are nested if statements, and you will see these in the future as well. And it may seem confusing to you right now, but just remember this little chart right here, that we are still in this phase right here where everything is new. But when we start writing our actual projects, you're going to be up here and you're going to see, you will have seen all of these things already. But it is very important, and I cannot stress this enough, in the world of programming, especially in something like Python, not necessarily in web development. You need to be thinking in if-else statements. If somebody clicks on a button, then I want my payload to execute. If this page is refreshed, will it send me back a reverse shell? If then statements are going to be something you use not only in programming, but also in your ethical hacking career. So you need to be thinking in if else statements. If I'm on a web page and I click a button, how does the function work, and can I exploit it? So if there is something written in code, how can I exploit it? So if this, then that. So if then statements, you need to be familiar with these. Okay, let's go ahead and have a look at loops. We're going to look at for loops in this video, but before we start looking at for loops, we will also want to look at a list. We have not seen lists just yet, so a simple list that is commonly used when teaching these is fruits equals, and we will add in our square brackets, and everything we put in here should be separated by a comma for our list. We can say apple, banana, and we can put cherry right here. So we have a list of fruits. So this is pretty simple. Inside of our square brackets, anything in here that is separated by a comma is going to be our list. So for loops will be your best friend in the world of cybersecurity and programming in general. So you will want to understand these concepts. A for loop is the simplest loop, and it's one that I run the most often. So what we're going to say is for, and we can use a fruit. In fruits, we want to print the fruit right here. So here's what happens. You're going to say for each fruit that is right here, this is going to be apple, and then it'll be banana, and then it'll be cherry in the fruits list. So this is our list that we want to be looping through. So every time this is going to go through this list, this variable right here is going to change into each one of these items in our list. So for fruit, this is a new variable that is going to get assigned each time this loop runs. So the first time the fruit is going to print as apple, the second time it will print as banana, and the third time it will print as cherry. So if we run this, you are going to see apple, banana, cherry. So for this right here, and this fruit doesn't matter, it doesn't matter what it is. You're often going to see it as I. In a lot of programs, I use I a lot as the variable. And so if we run this, I is going to change into the item in the list each time as it loops through. So the for loop will run, and it's going to take the first item in the list, and it is going to make that the variable here as I, and then it's going to print it. And then the second time it runs, it'll go banana, and the third time it'll run, it'll be cherry, and then whenever it's finished running, it will close out of the program. So this is the basics of a for loop, and we can also do things inside of our for loop beyond just looping through what is going on here. Let's say we want to print that we're going to have an apple pie, a banana pie, and a cherry pie. We can just say that we have I plus, and then the word pie. So if you look here, we will need our space and then pie, just like this. So now if we run our for loop, we get apple pie, banana pie, and cherry pie, and I don't know why I capitalized this when this isn't. So rerun this, and we have our apple pie, banana pie, and cherry pie. So loops will be really helpful whenever you need to loop through any kind of data, which you will be doing quite often. So this is a for loop and how to use it. All right, another thing that you can do with for loops that is really interesting is use range functions, or you can count, or they're really helpful with running a specific number of loops. Say we want to loop through something 5 times, we can actually make it so it loops only 5 times, or the range is what is usually the most popular. So we can say for a number in range of, and you could just do 1 through, and we'll just do 10 for now. And then we can come down here and we can print the number, and this needs our little semicolon to get that error to go away. And if we run this, you're going to see we have 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way down to 9 right here. So we have our little helpful for loop right here, and we can even do like in range to 100. And we can do that. And I believe we can even put a comma and like a 2 right here, and this will pull down every number that is divisible by 2. Okay, we would need to do 0 if we wanted to hit every number divisible by 2. So there we have all of the even numbers. So there is a lot that you can do with the range function. This is just something very basic. Okay, so we're going to find all numbers divisible by 3. Delete that. So I've already shown you that we can put a comma in here and put in our 3, and then we can change this to 0 and run this, and it's going to find all the numbers divisible by 3. But I want to do this with an if statement so you can practice using your if statement. So go ahead and see if you can figure this out using an if statement. And all we really have to do is come down here and just type in if the number is divisible or modulo 3 and it equals 0, then this should print for us every number that is divisible by 3. So let's go ahead and run this, and we're going to hit 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and it did work for us. So this is a for loop with an if statement, and we're going to keep practicing for loops with if statements. It's something that is quite common in the world of programming. Now that we have completed this challenge, we're going to do something that is going to use a for loop. It's going to use an if statement, and you're going to need to use something that looks like this just as a clue. There is a really popular coding challenge for beginners called FizzBuzz. So I have already typed out the instructions here for you. You need to write a program that is going to loop through the numbers 1 through 100, and then you are going to print every number. If it is divisible by 3, you're going to print fuzz. If the number is divisible by 5, you will print buzz. And if the number is divisible by both 3 and 5, you will print FizzBuzz. So I want you to go ahead and see if you can figure out how to solve this specific coding problem. So what we can do is we can just start out with our for loop for num in range, just like we had done before, of 1 through 100. We want to do something. So if num is divisible by 3, and we have our 0 here, we can print fizz. So what we'll do is we'll just come down here and we'll say print, and we'll put our quotes up so we can make this a string, and we'll print fuzz. And so we'll say elif num is divisible by 5, %sign here. We can tell it we want to print buzz. And now we can do our final elif, and we're going to say elif num is divisible by both. So we have divisible by 3 as our equals 0, and we need a space in here. And if our num is divisible by 5 equals our 0, then we want to print FizzBuzz just like this. So this gets us our fizz and our buzz and our FizzBuzz, but now we want to print all the other numbers, so we can do an else, and we can say else we are going to print the number that we were given, or the number that it's looping through, and this should work for us. So you can see we're using our for loop and our if statements, and we should be able to run this, and we get our FizzBuzz. So we have 3 as a fizz, 5 as a buzz, and 6 is divisible by 3. And let's see, what is going to be our first FizzBuzz that we come across. Okay, so I realized that it is hitting our if statement right here and stopping. So what we need to do is we'll just take this right here, and we can copy our if statement, and we can paste it in up here and delete that, and we'll make it our first if statement. So we'll say elif right here. So now if it is divisible by both, it will print FizzBuzz, and then it will go through and check just 3 and 5. And the reason, so for example, we have number 3, right, or number 15 was a fizz, was because I accidentally had this typed in backwards. So now if we run this, we should be able to come back up and see number 15 is a FizzBuzz, because it is divisible by both of those. So this is how you would solve this specific coding challenge, FizzBuzz. It is a really popular one that is out there, so maybe you have heard about it. But for now, we're going to go ahead and jump over to functions, and we're going to start looking at functions and writing some for loops and if statements inside of our functions. All right, the time has come for functions. I'm going to comment this out because we are going to come back and use that as a demonstration in just a little bit. So the way functions work is we want to give a bit of information that we can use over and over, and we have some built-in functions that I have shown you previously. So you will see that we have used the range function, we have used the length function, we have used print over and over and over. I think we have the string function. So there's quite a few in here that we have used before, and we've used integer now that I see it. And so you should come back here and check out these different types of functions and what they do that are built in. We've seen the float, we have seen the type. So these are functions, and we're going to go ahead and figure out how to make our own functions in order to do what we want. So back here, we can just create a function by typing in def, and then we can use function, and it doesn't really matter what you call your function. You just need to know what you call it, so that you just need to know what you name your function so you can call your function and make it actually do something later on in the code. So we'll add in our parentheses just like this and our semicolon at the end. Now we can do something very simply by just saying print, and we want to print hello, just like this. And if we run this, you're going to see that nothing happens. Nothing is printed down here in our console. So what we can have to do in order to get our functions to work is we have to call our functions, which means that later on in the code, you need to make sure that when you call your function, it is at the same level that your function is written, because if we tab this over and we call this, our function still never gets called. So right here, if we run our code, we have hello printed out to the console, because when the code goes through and reads all of this down here, it will finally get to this function, and then it will print, it'll call the function and it will print it. So we could actually copy this, and you could put your function way up here, and we can uncomment all of this code, and we'll comment this out, or I guess just delete it. And so what will happen is the computer will read all of our code. It'll read this function right here. It will skip over it because it has not been called yet. It will run through all of our for loops, and then at the very end, it's going to reach this function and say, okay, at this point in the code, I'm supposed to come back here and print hello inside of this function. So let's run it and see what happens. And there you have it. It ran all of the FizzBuzz challenge, and then at the very end, it printed hello, even though it was before this code right here, because our function was called back here. So what is really important in understanding functions is they don't need to be in order. It's when you call them that is important. And sometimes you are going to pass in data from one function to another, which is what I want to show you right now. So this is a function right here. Let's bring it back down here so you can see this is what a function looks like. And we can actually put a lot of information in here. Pretty much anytime I write any kind of code, everything I do is going to be inside of functions. So they're going to be something that you need to know. And after you have figured out functions, we're going to go ahead and start making some tools and some progress in actually programming some stuff that's helpful for us in the world of cybersecurity. So the way functions work is we have our function, and what we do is we just tell it do this, and then we're going to tell it to also do this, and then we want to tell it to finally do this. And so a function is going to have a bunch of information in it, and it's going to go do this, do this, do this, and we can pass in variables from somewhere else. So let's actually put our FizzBuzz inside of a function, and I will show you how this can work for us. What we could do with our function up here is we will delete this. We need to indent this to make sure it's all inside of our function, properly spaced like this. So one thing you can do with a function right here is you can call the function and you can pass in a bit of information. So let's say we want to run FizzBuzz, but instead of going to 100, we want the user to choose how far they would like to go. So we'll just go ahead and we'll just type in choice just like this. And we're going to pass in choice right here as well. And then we're going to take an input. So we'll say we need a variable that we're going to call choice equals, and then we're going to make sure this is an integer. And then we're going to ask what number would you like to choose, just like this. And now inside of our function down here, we pass through this choice. So our number that is going to be prompted is going to be stored in this variable right here. And now if we want this variable to get passed into our function right here, we can pass it in down here where we call our function. So we'll just type in choice, just like this. Now our program should first prompt for our number that we choose. So we can choose like the number 50, and then it should read all of this code and do nothing with it. And then it will come down here and call this function, and then it'll come back up here. It'll pass in our choice into the function, and it is going to get used right here, and then it will get used throughout the program. So let's go ahead and try this. Oh, I see that we have our integer, but we never actually asked it for an input. So we need to ask for an input, and we'll delete this and move it over here. Okay, so now we can run our code. It's going to say, what is our choice? We're going to say 50. It's going to go ahead and run FizzBuzz all the way to 50 or 49 in this case, and then it is going to stop. And then we can, let's say we want to run 100. We can type in 100, and FizzBuzz is going to run all the way down here to 99, just like it had before. So this is how functions work. Nothing happens until we tell it to. So if we want it to print something before it runs the program, we could say about to run the program, and we want to print that. We can run this. We can tell it we want 50. The program is going to run, and up here it tells us about to run the program. And just to show you, we can actually do sleep. We're going to have to import sleep. So you can ignore this, but we can go import sleep or import time. And now we can say sleep 5 time dot sleep. And it's going to run right here for 5 seconds for us. So now if we run this, it's going to pause right after this for 5 seconds, and then the function will run. So we'll type in 50. It's going to say our program is about to run. It will wait for 5 seconds, and then this is going to call our function and execute it. So functions are going to be really important in timing when you want your code to run. And a lot of our cybersecurity tools that we're going to make in the rest of this course is going to use functions. So let's go ahead and continue practicing our functions. Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll just delete all of this. And I have our new challenge for us. This is something I want you to do on your own. This is going to be really simple compared to what we just did with the FizzBuzz program. You're going to create a program that takes an input asking the user for their name. You're going to save the input into a variable. You're going to pass the variable through a function and print their name. So you're going to use a function just like we had right here, a function. You're going to have a variable like this. You're going to pass the variable in, and then you're going to call the function and pass the variable through down here. So go ahead and see if you can figure that out. And we're going to go ahead and work on this now. So we're just going to create a function like we had previously seen, and we're just going to call it greeting, just like this. We will call our function, and we are going to close this off, and we want to print something inside of it. So we're going to type our print, and now we have the basics of what we're trying to get at. We need an input that's saved in a variable, so we'll just call this name equals, and then we're going to ask for an input, and we can say, what is your name? And we can come down here and we can call the function now by calling greeting, and we're going to pass in name right here, and we're going to ask for the name to come through our function. And now we want to print in an F string hello space curly braces name like this, and this should work for us. And just in case you're wondering how this will translate over to cybersecurity, anytime I create a tool that I'm going to be using, I always ask what is the IP. So we'll do this as we're doing something with cybersecurity. Let's say we want to run Nmap, we can just type in recon, we'll ask for an IP address. So we'll save this as IP, and then we will ask for an input, and we would say, what is the target IP address? Just like this. And then we would create our function. And let's say we wanted to run Nmap. We would type in our function and we'll just call it Nmap. And we're going to be passing in the IP. And we can come down here, call our function Nmap, and we're going to pass in IP right here. Now, what do we want to do with this? We're just going to print for now because that's all we've learned. So we're going to print an F string, and we're going to type in attacking, and then we want our curly braces and the IP. So we can stop our program that was running, run it, and it's going to ask what is our target IP address, 10.10.10.10. And now if we run this, it's going to say attacking and the specific target that we're attacking. Only what we would really do is we'd actually have it do something inside of this function. And it's really important to create your tools within functions, because if one of your tools on an automated recon, let's say you have 20 tools you want to run and they're all inside of functions, you can hit Command C if one of your tools has frozen or is hanging, and it will automatically skip to the next function or the next tool that you call with your functions. So creating your recon tools with functions in the future is going to be really important. So this is the basics of functions. We're going to get really familiar with those in the future. But for now, let's go ahead and check out while loops, and then we will start creating some tools. Okay, we're going to do a project and we're going to create the game Hangman. And we're going to do this game because this game is going to force us to use everything we have learned so far. And then after we have created this game, we'll move into creating some cybersecurity tools. But for now, we need some kind of project that is going to force us to use everything we have covered so far to really ingrain into our memories the stuff we have covered. So what we can do is delete all of this. I'm going to go ahead and type out all of the tasks that you have to do in order to complete this challenge, and then I'll come back and walk you through it. Okay, so here is our task list, and I really think it would be helpful for you to start creating your own tasks list as you make your own projects, because it's going to help you know what you need to do next. It's going to help you know what to do next and in which order you should be attacking your projects. So the first thing we are to do is create a greeting, create a word list, randomly choose a word from the list, which we've done before, ask the user to guess a letter. So this will be an input and they will input one letter. And the bonus is to make the letter lowercase, and you can use a built-in function to do this from the built-in functions word list I had showed you earlier in this course. And then lastly, we're going to check to see if the letter is in the word. So this seems like a lot, but just go ahead and start one by one and break it down, and it becomes a lot more simple. So go ahead, try and do this on your own, and if you get stuck, you can keep watching and we'll go through it. So starting right out at the top, the first thing we want to do is we want to print a greeting. So we want to just say welcome to Hangman, just like this. And the next one is create our word list. So we can create any word list we want. So we'll just say words equals, and we can have any words we want. So we'll use hacker, we can use bounty, and lastly, we'll just use the word random. So we have created our word list. Randomly choose a word from the list you have created. So now we are going to need to import a module. And when you import modules, you'll almost always import these at the top of your program, so that way you can keep them all together. So a module is just a set of Python code that was written by someone else that we can import into our own projects, and then we can use their functions. So we've seen the built-in functions such as print or string or length or int. So if we had something we wanted to make an integer, we would do this. right here, and we can put it in here and it would become an integer. These are the built-in functions. So importing allows us to import modules that will allow us to use code that other people have written, so we can use their functions and we don't have to write them ourselves. So we're going to be using these a lot, and you're going to see them everywhere because it's a lot easier to use code that's already written and just read the documentation than write the code yourself. So we're going to import random, and now we want to choose a word from our list, and we'll call it our secret word, and it is going to be random dot choice, and so it's randomly going to choose, and then we want it to choose from our words list. So the random function right here is going to be random dot choice, and then it's going to call this method right here, and it's going to pull our words, and so it's randomly going to choose a word, and it's going to save it as a variable secret word. So that's how we're going to randomly choose our word. And then next we're going to ask the user to guess a letter. So as you might have guessed, you should be able to do this. This is pretty simple. We're just going to take an input like this, and we're going to say guess a letter, and then the bonus down here is make the program take the input from the user and make it lowercase. So this is actually a built-in function. We can just put dot lower just like this, and now no matter what they put in right here, it will be lowercase. So we'll go ahead and print this so you can see when we run this, you'll see that it is actually lowercase, and we'll put some capital letters in here so you can see that work. And now finally check if the letter is in the word. So this is going to be our for loop that we need. So we can say for letter, because we're going to be looping through whatever word gets picked. So if it is the word hacker, it's going to loop through, and each letter it'll go H-A-C-K-E-R. For this letter, we'll change that variable every time the for loop runs in the secret word, and then we'll say if the letter double equals the guess, which is going to be put in right here, then we want to print it was the right word. So we'll just say right like this, and else, if it's anything else, we're going to print wrong, just like that. So this should work for us. Let's go ahead and run our code, and it tells us we got our greeting, guess a letter, and we're going to guess a capital A, which is going to be in none of our words right here. There's no capital A. So if our lower function works, it will go ahead and make this a lowercase for us, and then see if it is in the word. So it printed our guess right here, and it did print it lowercase, so we know our dot lower function right here is working. And then we have a bunch of wrong letters, but we do have this right letter right here. So at the second letter is an A, either means it is hacker or random. So we would have to keep going, but our code has quit because it only runs one time, and we will tackle that later by putting all of this into a while loop so that it continues to run until the guesses run out, or we actually get the word correct. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of these comments. I'm going to make us a new task list, and we will continue working on this program. I'm going to clean this code up just a little bit. We don't need to see that anymore. And I'll put all of this together and create a new task list, and I'll bring you back once that is finished. Okay, so I have typed out our new tasks for this little section of the project, and there is one section that is going to be kind of hard, but you have seen it in the past. We have already covered it, but it may take a minute for you to remember how to do. So let's go ahead and read this. We're going to create an empty list. For each letter in the secret word, which we have right here, we're going to add an underscore for the blank. It should look like this when you're done, and it should be printed down to the console down here. We are going to loop through each of the letters in the chosen word. If the letter is actually in the word, we're going to replace the underscore with the actual letter so that it would look like this. So you can go ahead and give this a try, or you can follow along and we'll do this together. So underneath of the secret word, we're going to need to start down here because we're going to add our underscores here under the secret word. So we'll have to start down here. So the first thing we need to do is it tells us we need to create an empty list, and that's going to be our display word. So we'll just call it display word, and it's going to equal our empty list right here. And the reason we're creating this empty list is because in just a second, we're going to need to add our underscores into the display word list. So in programming, you're going to see something like that. And you're also going to see something like empty string. And it'll just be quotes like this. You will see this often as well, and you'll be adding information into the empty string. But for now, we're using an empty list so that we can add our information into the list as we need. And I spelled for wrong, but if you look at this, you're going to see this for each letter in the secret word. This should tell you what you are going to need to do. You will need a for loop. So what we can do right down here is basically just copy this right here, and we're going to type in for letter in the secret word. We want to display, and we're going to plus equals, which we've seen in the past. This is just going to add in whatever we're adding after it, and we're going to add in our underscore. So each time this for loop is going to run however many times there are letters in a word. So let's say we use the word hacker. It is going to run this for loop 6 times because that's how many letters are in here, and it's going to add 6 underscores. Now we can also come in here and print the display because we want to see what is happening. So we can print the display word, and I want you to see something interesting is going to happen when we run this. So if we run it, look at what happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it printing this way? And the answer is because our print statement is inside the for loop. So you can actually see how it prints every time the for loop runs. If we move this print statement outside of the for loop and now we run this, watch what happens. It only prints it 1 time. So that is something interesting to note. If you have something print like that, which I have seen in students all the time, I will get emails or comments or questions in any kind of programming tutor session, and students will ask all the time, why is it printing this way? Why is it printing this over and over and over? And the answer is you have it inside of a loop, and it's printing every single time the loop runs. So we have here completed, I believe, all of these tasks right here. We have our welcome and we have our empty letters. And if we enter in a letter and hit enter, it's going to run this loop down here, and it's going to tell us that we have wrong, right, wrong, wrong, wrong. So this is either the word hacker or random at this point. So now we need to come down here and change this for loop and see what we need to do. We need to loop through each of the letters in the chosen word. And if the letter is in the word, we need to replace this with the word. So we should have it print right here. This should have printed as an A, and we're going to get rid of all of this wrong and right down here. So this can be a little bit challenging because we are going to need to use the range function, and we're also going to need to use the length. And we need to use the range because we want it to loop through a specific number of times, which is going to be the range. This is going to tell us the range that we want it to loop through. And then we're going to tell it we need the length because we want it to loop through the length of however many times the secret word has letters. So it's going to grab the secret word. The length is going to count how many words are in there, and the range is going to loop through however many times the length tells it to. So that might be a little confusing, but I hope that it makes sense. So now we need to find the position of the specific letter that it is looping through, and we need to change this to the position because we're trying to find the position for each letter. So we can actually say letter equals the secret word, and we want the position of the secret word. And then if the letter is in the guess, we want to display the word, and we want it to be in that position, and that is going to equal the letter. And I'll walk through this so you can see. We forgot to tab over, so we hit tab. So if you're inside of these square braces or inside of anything in PyCharm, this works. It won't work in VS Code. You can actually hit the tab button and it will move over for you, and I've got my cursor going all over. It'll move outside of the square brackets or any of these, the colons or anything. So I hit tab all the time, and now we need to equal the letter. Okay, so what we have going on is we changed our letter to the position because we're now looking for the position and not the letter in our for loop. We're doing the letters up here. So now we change the variable letter to the secret word position. So it is still going to loop through. It's going to grab us the letter inside of the secret word right here. So we go to the secret word, which is going to grab the position as it loops through the letter. And then if the letter's in the guess, we're going to display the position of the letter. So you remember our display word is up here. So let's go ahead and run this and see what happens. And if this works, we'll delete this as well. And actually, I think we will print the display word down here. So this should print for us when the letter is entered where it is at. That's what this right here is going to do. So if we go ahead and run this, it's going to tell us to guess a letter. We're going to guess A, and it will now print for us this little display right here that our A goes right there. So that's what this last print statement. So if we delete this and we run it, it would run without actually printing where the letter is at. See, didn't print for us where the letter was. So now what we can do is just delete this. We'll put our print statement back in here. We want to print the display word, and now we should get rid of all of the wrong guesses. And that one must have been bounty because the A didn't show up. And there we have the guess letter show up. So this may have been a little bit confusing, but you have seen all of this in the past. And so we'll keep on moving on. It gets a little bit easier at this point. It's not going to be quite so confusing. This right here can be a lot to wrap your head around. Just because you're doing a for loop in the range of the secret word, the position is actually going to hold the letter right here, but then we're also going to use this position to tell it however many times it's looped through to go into the display letter to replace the A. So I kind of see how that could be a little bit confusing. If this was too confusing, you're not understanding it, finish watching the rest of us creating this game and then come back and watch it again, and it will make sense. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and type up our next steps and clean up the code just a little bit, and then we will try to finish out this Hangman game. Okay, what we are going to do at this point is we are going to use a while loop, and we're going to keep on looping through our code until all the letters have been guessed. So right now, if we type in A and we hit enter, it tells us that the code is finished, and we need to keep on being able to guess. We need to guess more than one letter until everything has been completed. And I'm telling you what you need to use. You need to use a while loop. And this is pretty simple to do. So why don't you go ahead and give this a try. And if you can't figure out, see if you can go to Google and maybe find some help. But if you are getting stuck, we are going to go ahead and fix this now. And what we're going to do is we're just going to say while not game over. And I know this sounds really funny and it's worded really weird, but I'm going to explain why I wrote it this way. So let's go ahead and copy this and tab it over. So I wrote while not game over. So it's like while the game is not over, we want this to happen right here. So you can name this anything you want. And this is probably the best way to name this because you could delete the not and put game over equals false. But that just, I think, doesn't work as well. It's not as easy to break. So we're going to go ahead and say, while the game is not over, we want this to run. But we need to make this game over a variable in order to get this to leave us alone. So we're going to type in game underscore over, and we're going to say equals false. So while the game is not over, it's going to keep running. So now if we hit run and we guess a letter, this is going to be an infinite loop and we are going to have a problem. So if we guess a letter, it's just going to continue printing for all of eternity until our computer crashes. And you can look at that. That is all just the while loop running super fast and just being an infinite loop. So we need our loop to break. So what we need to do is one way to break this so that we can continue guessing is to cut the guess down here and we'll paste it in right here. So now we can guess every single time the loop runs, we'll get to choose a new letter. I also think it would be helpful if we printed the secret word. So let's come up here, secret word equals the random word. So we'll print the secret word every single time. So that way we know what it is and we don't have to have this infinite loop and we actually know how to spell the word and it works for us. So this is just going to be for testing purposes. So we have that there. Now if we play this, it's going to tell us the word is random. That's what we printed up here in the secret word. So if we guess R, it's going to let us guess an R. And then if we say A, N, D, O, it's going to spell out for us random, but it's still going. It's still letting us guess. We need our while loop to break so that it is not an infinite loop. So what we can do is we can come down here and we can just say if our underscore is no longer in the display word, then we want to do something. And we're going to print you win, just like this. And then we want to break it, so we're going to type in our game over variable from up here, and we're going to say game over equals true. So the game will be over. So now if we rerun our code and the word is bounty, we should be able to type in bounty, U-N-T-Y, and it tells us you win and the code has finished. So that is our Hangman game here for us. And I think we'll stop this little game right here. There is a little bit more we could do, such as you only get 5 guesses before you lose. And we could make it break and say that you lose if a number of guesses has actually happened. And I can actually show you real quick how to do this instead of just giving you the challenge. Actually, I'll type it out up here and I'll let you give it a shot. Okay, so what I have typed out here is we're going to create a variable as an integer starting at 0, and when it gets to the number 5, the game is going to end. Add a print statement and tell the user they get 5 guesses. So what we can do is we can just add up here where we print our secret word. We can just say print you get 5 guesses. Just like this, so they get 5 guesses. We'll make that lowercase. So now they get 5 guesses, and we need to make an integer as a variable, so we can just say num equals 0. And now we need to add 1 to this number each time a guess is made. And if the guess is not inside of the word, then we are going to add 1 to number. And if the number reaches 5, then the game is over. So what we can do is we can just come down here and we can say if the letter is in the secret word, and we'll go below this if statement, and we'll actually just go right here after this, and we'll delete this so that our display word gets printed afterward. And we can do this really simply. We can just say if guess not in, just like we did right here. If this is not in the secret word, then we want it to do something. We're going to say num, which is our variable up here, which is 0. And we're just going to say plus equals. And then we'll say 1, just like this. So that way we're able to add 1 each time to our number up here. And then we're going to add another if statement. We're going to say if the number actually gets bigger than or equal to the number 5, then we want to print you loser, just like this. And then we can break and say it's game over. So game over equals true, just like this. So now this should work for us. So we should be able to run our code, and it tells us that we can't have the semicolon right here. So let's try this again. And let's just put in a W because that's in none of our words. 5 times 2, 3, 4, 5. And it says we're a loser and we didn't get anything right. But what can we do to improve this? Maybe we don't know how many guesses we have made. We could add in that we want to limit the number of guesses. So we could just take this num plus equals 1, and we could just say guesses underscore left equals num minus 5, and then we could just print our guesses left just like this, and I think this should work. So if we run this and we hit W, it's going to tell us we have -4, so we need to switch this around, and we'll say 5 messed up my code, 5 minus num, and now let's try this and see if we can get a positive number back. W, we have 4 guesses left. So we could actually say we want an F string, and we could say you have this many guesses left. So we'll close that off. We will make that an F string. So we'll say you have blank guesses left instead of just printing a random number. And we can run this, and we need to close off our quotes. Let's try this again, and it tells us we have 5 guesses left. we can hit in W and it's going to tell us we have 4 and then 3 and then 2 and then 1 and then we're a loser. So we have made this game work pretty well for us. If we really wanted to, we would delete this so it's not printing our display word every single time. We could delete print secret word, and now if we run this, it's going to tell us welcome to Hangman. We get 5 guesses. We really don't know which word we have. So we guess A, it doesn't work. So now if we guess a B, we know this is going to be bounty. And let's make sure we're able to put all of our guesses in with no problem. And bam, we win. So that is how you can create the Hangman game. This is a pretty simple game where we get to use everything we have learned so far. So let's go ahead. We're going to make a really simple programming tool now that is going to fuzz APIs for us. We're going to get to import some modules, and I think this is only going to be like 20 lines of code, so it'll be easier than this Hangman game right here. And we're going to be using Hack the Box for our fuzzer to actually fuzz against one of their boxes. So let's go ahead and install PyCharm on our Kali Linux machines, and then we can get started creating our program. Okay, the time has come to go ahead and install PyCharm on our Kali Linux virtual machines. So this link we have already in the description. We can come over to downloads over here, and we want to download the community edition, and it should download here for us after just a second. It will have a little pop-up. And while that is thinking, if you are on a Mac with an M1 chip, you may have to come over to your terminal and type in code and hit enter, and it will ask you to download VS Code, and you will want to download VS Code, and it may require you to enter in your password, so sudo apt install code if that doesn't work. And then you will want to come to these little squares right here and click this, and you're going to type in Python, and you will install this one right here. You will want to click install, and I'll show you it looks just like this. So that way you can use VS Code as your text editor. I'm going to be switching back and forth between VS Code and PyCharm. So you'll see me use both of them. I really like to use VS Code when I am putting things out down here to my terminal so I can see what the code is doing. So you will see me jumping back and forth between VS Code and also PyCharm. So I do want to show you how to install PyCharm because we're going to be doing our first project, which is going to be an API fuzzer, and I will be using a PyCharm for this. So I'll go ahead and close out of this. And we finally get our little pop-up here, and you can click save, and this is going to save our download here to our downloads folder. I'm going to go ahead and save that. Okay, now that that has downloaded, you can move over to your downloads. I have moved the file to my desktop because that's where I want it, and we're going to just type in tar just like this and xvf Z, and just to make sure I have this as the right PyCharm extension, we can go ahead and hit enter, and we'll hit enter again. And this is going to take a minute to unpack all of these plugins. And now what we can do is ls, and we can cd over to the PyCharm folder, and we'll cd into bin, and then if you ls, you will see this bash file right here, which is our PyCharm. So we can say bash pycharm.sh, and I see that I typed in bassi, so we'll type in bash, and this should run for us, and it is going to launch PyCharm here for us, and we're going to create our first project. So let's go ahead and get started. When you run into an API endpoint that needs to be tested, and an example of this is one like http / and then we're going to say 10.10.11.161, and when we run this, this is what an API response looks like. And when we hit a valid endpoint, we'll get JSON in return, and so we'll see something like this. It tells us that it's JSON, and it says that we have another endpoint, which is v1, and we're going to go through this. But when you hit a page like this and you're testing for an API, there are a lot of fuzzers out there, and not very many of these fuzzers work very well for APIs. There is one, and it's one that I like. It is called Fuff, and it is run like this. And you can fuzz APIs with Fuff, and it works really well, and it works really fast. So it'll go really quick. You can see how many requests it's sending and how quick, and it sends down docs and API. It gives us the status code, but there is one problem. Let's say we're fuzzing an API and there are 100 endpoints, and we don't want to go out and check every single one of these endpoints. Instead, we would rather just see this message right here come in underneath of the word that had a response. And so what we're going to do is build a tool like Fuff, only we're going to build ours in Python, and it's going to tell us the word, and then it is going to tell us underneath the response that we are receiving from the server. And it's going to print the response underneath of our word. And we'll go ahead and jump in and start this project. Okay, to write this program, I am going to use my Linux machine, because in order to test it, we're going to test it on Hack the Box in this tutorial, because I don't really want to be fuzzing somebody's API that is live and have it on camera. So I'm going to be using the box backend from Hack the Box. There's not a lot of API endpoints, but that shouldn't matter for the sake of our program. We're going to write the program in here and we can test it on backend. And then if you find a bug bounty program, or you have a client that wants you to test an API, you can run your fuzzing tool against it and modify it if you need to. Our Python API fuzzer is going to be a lot simpler to run, but the module is going to be a little more comprehensive. So as we go through this module, I'll try to print out what is happening so that you can see what the methods are doing as we go along. So with that, we're going to jump in. You will need to import the module requests, and for me, I already have it on my Kali Linux machine, but you may need to hold your mouse over this, and then right here it will say install requests, and you will hit install. We're also going to want to import system, so we're going to go import sys, and this one should be automatically installed, but if not, you can follow the exact same steps as before. We're going to start with just trying to get a response from the API that we have running, and we're going to see if our response is set up. So we're going to say response, or we'll just call it res equals. This will be our variable for the request, so we'll go ahead and say request right here, just like this. And then we're going to say .get, and this is going to call this function right here, and it's going to go out to the URL that we put in here, and we're going to make the URL an f string, so that way we can put in a variable later. We're not putting in any variables here right now, but we'll say http://10.10.11.161. And now to test this API, we're going to use one that we know exists as an endpoint, and we just want to see what happens. So we're going to say down here that we want to print the response and see what happens. So we can run this, and it tells us we get a 200 response, meaning this endpoint is valid. We know we can get this response right here. Let's see if we can pull down the actual data from the response. We want to see the JSON down here in our terminal. So when we look at this, we can see this is the JSON that we want to receive back, and we can come in here and we can say, with this module now that we're using this request method, we can come in here and we can say data equals, and then we can say res.json, and now if we print this data, it should print out for us the JSON as well. So we can come in here and we can run our code, and we can see we have a response. It tells us the endpoint is v1. So now if we took this right here and we put this v1 after the API, we can say v1 and we can run this, and we'll see what we get. We get a different endpoint right here, and it says user admin. And so this is how we can use this data from the response and in receiving this JSON. So we're going to build this out so that it will continue fuzzing for us. We're going to delete this v1 because we don't really need that. And we're going to now see if we can figure out how to get our list piped into our program, and we're going to start running it from our terminal over here instead of inside of our Python project. Okay, what I want you to do now is come over to your terminal, and I've already changed over to my desktop, and you can go wherever you would like to save this, but I'm going to go on my desktop and I'm going to make a directory, and I'm going to call it Python. You can call yours whatever you want. You can call it API fuzzing or your fuzzer tool or literally anything you want. And then we're going to want to make 2 files in here. We will want to make a Python file, and we can name it whatever we want. You can make it 2 different ways. I'll show you 2 different ways to make it. We can touch, and I guess I'll call it fuzz.py. And then we can actually, instead of making a second file, what we're going to do is just grab a word list off of our Linux machine. And so we're going to type in cp to copy, and then we are going to copy our, I think it's in user share word list small.txt. So it'll be just like this. We're going to copy it over to our working directory by putting that period there. And now if we ls this, I put that in the wrong spot. So since I copied it over to my desktop and I don't want it in my desktop, nor do I want fuzz.py in there, I'm going to move the fuzz.py and I'm going to move it over into my Python directory. So we'll go home, Kali, desktop, Python, and it should move. And now we'll move over the small.txt as well, and I'm just going to copy this path and move that over. Now if I cd over to this directory, and here are the 2 files. Our fuzzer right here is actually empty, so I'm going to just write the code over here in PyCharm because it'll tell us if we have any problems. And then what we'll do is we'll gedit and stick it in this fuzzer right here, our Python script. But I want to add something to our small text here, so that way we don't have to wait for everything to run each time. So I'll gedit our small.text just like this, and I'm going to add in API right here, and then we'll add in docs right here. These are actual API endpoints that we're going to be fuzzing on this box from Hack the Box. And I don't want to have to wait for them to get way down inside this file when it is fuzzing. So I'm going to just stick those up at the top, so that way we can see what is happening and what the responses are when we hit these endpoints. Now what we're going to do is, because we have this sys already imported, now we're going to use it. This is going to take a piped in file into our project here. So what we will do is make a for loop, and we're going to say forward in, and then we'll say sys.stdin, and then we can move all of this over inside of our for loop. And now we'll change this API right here. We're going to change that to this word. And now what we'll do is we can copy this right here, and we'll come over to our Python directory. We can gedit the fuzzer. We can paste this in, save, and now we'll run it. And the way you'll run it is like this. You're going to cat the small.txt just like this, and then you'll type in main python 3, and then we'll type in the fuzz.py, and when we run this we should start to see some output. Okay, my VPN had disconnected from Hack the Box, so now if we come over here and we run it, we'll start to see a response. And here's what we're looking for. We're looking for this response 200. We have an endpoint of v1, and then we have another response down here that says not authenticated, and it's a 401. So now we need to figure out how to get rid of all of this other stuff, because we only want the responses that actually give us back a helpful JSON response from the API request. And this is really going to be simple. We're going to use one function, and we're going to use one if-else statement, and then the code is done, and we have created our API fuzzer right here. So what we can do is put this entire thing inside of a function, and we can say def loop, because that's how I like to name my looping functions. We can just move all of this over, and now we need to make an if-else statement. And so we have this request saved as inside of our response. So we'll just move this down, and we can say if the res.status code, so it's going to tell us that we're going to have this, it's going to give us the status code, which would be right here, the response, this right here. So we're going to say if this res.status code equals 404, which is what we don't want to see here, we don't want to see these 404s, then we're going to go ahead and pass this if else, because we don't want to get down here to the else, and we're just going to say call the loop again, because we don't want to see these 404s. And then everything else we want to print. So we'll say else, if it's not 404, we want to print the data, which is going to be equal to the response, our res.json. I keep forgetting that I named our response res. And then we'll want to print the data. So we'll print data. Now what we can do is just we could delete that. That wasn't what I wanted to do. We can comment all this out. And now let's copy this right here and see what happens. We want to gedit this. We'll paste that in, save it, cross our fingers, and it says we're missing our colon here, so we can open this back up. And we need to add this colon in. We can save, cross our fingers again, and it stopped. So let's go back over to our code and see what the problem is. Problem is really simple. So I just realized when we call this, it automatically ends because we never call our loop the first time. So what we'll do is call this loop. So loop, just like that. Now it'll call the loop and it will run. I think what else we want to do is, now that we're printing this data, I think we also would like to print the response code so we can see what we're getting out of this response code. And so we can say res.status code and we can print that. And I also think it would be helpful for us to see the word for the API endpoint, because we're not just going to want the data, we're going to want the actual word that shows us the API endpoint. So we'll print the word. Now, when we copy this, we got to copy in our call to the function, and we put this inside of our fuzzer. I think this time it will work. So we save it. Now we pipe that over and it says we have the endpoint. It tells us the endpoint. It tells us what word was the endpoint, and it gives us the response. So this is exactly what we wanted. And you can see this is running because this specific server doesn't have any more endpoints. So we can just cancel this and stop it. So it tells us we have an API further down in the list too. So we have this endpoint. So now if we go API and then we type in v1 inside of our browser, it'll start moving us on down the line. And so you can let this run while you're doing other recon on the project, and you have now built your own API fuzzer and you get the response. So that way you don't have to go out and check out every single API endpoint manually, because if you remember, we type this in, we see our API response, and without our API fuzzer that we just made, the way this would run is you would type in fuff, because it is the best API fuzzer out there currently, and you run this and it says docs and API, but we don't get the response like we do over here. See, this tells us we have the API, we have a 200, and we have the response with this endpoint, because sometimes this JSON may have 10, 15 lines, and in order to see what it has to say, you'd have to come out here and say API, enter, and then it will tell you. But with our fuzzer we made, it says API, and here's the response. So we don't have to come to the browser, type in API in order to see these endpoints. Okay, let's keep building on our knowledge of functions. And I want to show you that there is more you can do with functions than just pass through one parameter. We can actually pass through two different parameters of data. So we'll just create a simple function here and we'll call it attack, and we will send through an IP and we're going to send through a URL. So you can send it through information. Instead of just sending through it in one variable, we can send it through in two. And actually these are called parameters. If you hear that somebody calls these parameters, that's what they're actually supposed to be called, but I like to call them variables, especially when I'm teaching people what we're doing, because we create variables all the time, like IP equals, and we can make this 10, 10, 10, 10. And now we can pass this through when we call the function down here. We can say attack, and then we pass in the IP. It just makes a lot more sense to call these variables when I'm trying to teach people how to use these. So the reason we're getting a bunch of errors is we don't have anything in here, which I think we can type pass in and it will ignore those errors there for us. So that is one way to go about doing this. This is a problem because it doesn't like that there are a bunch of dots in there. So we can pass through information that way. We still have a problem because there's this right here, but that's one way you can pass through information. So if we wanted to, we could come in here and print and we can print the IP, and it's giving us this little error right here because it doesn't like your parameters to be named the same thing as a variable. So we would want to change the name of that, and it wants 2 spaces after that. And I think it wants 2 spaces right here to get rid of all of those little squiggly lines, but we can go ahead and run it. I don't mind the little squiggly lines. It just makes it look pretty. That's part of what PyCharm is doing. But you can see it prints our IP address down here. Now you can actually pass through data other ways than sending it through a parameter or a variable. You can actually just come in straight down here, and we would need to create this into a string, and we can just say 10 10 10 10, and if we run this now, we're going to get the same output because we're able to pass the information where we call our function right here, our function name. We can call our function and we can pass through this information inside of this parameter, and then it is going to get printed down here. So we are able to pass through information, but we can also pass through extra information by printing the I and the U both right here. So we'll actually make this an F string, and we can come in here and say target IP is I, and then we can say, and we'll call this a domain. So we'll just call this the D, and we'll change our parameter up here, and we'll just say we're going to pass through D, and it's going to print this for us. And down here we can call this domain.com, and that will all need to be inside of quotes. So if we run this now, you'll be able to see the target IP is 10 10 10 10, and the domain is domain.com. So we're able to pass in multiple different sets of data into our function, and we're going to be using this in just a second. I'm going to show you why this will be helpful to you. So we'll make a really simple program that is going to take multiple sets of data, and we're going to be using this in the future. So I just want to walk you through how these functions can work with multiple sets of data. So we can also take this, and I'm going to leave this here. We can delete this, and now we can call our function down here, and we can pass through information, and we're actually going to call this IP and URL. And what we can do here is now take in extra information. So we'll make these variables, and we'll say IP equals, and we'll take an input, and so we'll just call this IP 10 10. We actually need this to be a string, and we'll call it 10 10 10 10, and we can call the URL over here our second variable, and we can just call this domain.com. And if we run this, you're going to see that it goes ahead and runs for us. But one thing you have probably noticed, what we send in right here as our IP and our URL, we can have this up here be anything. This parameter is doing nothing but holding the data that is being sent through right now in this variable, or we can just put in any kind of data right here, and it is going to be passed through right here. So we can call this whatever we want. It does not actually have to match what is down here, because maybe we want to pass in something like 5 times 8, and we want to send this through. We can run this, and we're going to get your IP is 40 and your domain is domain.com. So right here, whatever information you get passed in this right here before this comma is going to get passed in as I, and whatever you pass in right here in this second set of data, which is going to be this variable containing domain.com, is going to get passed through in this D. So this all does not need to match these parameters that are named up here. They can be anything you want down here. They can be variables, it can be information, it can be integers, or it can be a string. So if we wanted, we could pass this in as a string, and we can print it, and now you see we have 5 times 8 down here. So I'm just showing you that you can pass through multiple sets of data in multiple different ways. So now I want to go ahead and create a program, and let's see if you can create this on your own. I'm going to type out what I want you to do, and then you go ahead and give it a try, and if you get stuck, we'll go ahead and solve this together. Okay, so here is our program we're going to create. We're going to create a program that calculates the square foot of a room, or the square footage of a room, and we're going to make a function that calculates 2 parameters that are passed in. we're going to take two different inputs, the width and the height, and they're going to be stored in variables. We're going to call the function like we previously have done, pass in the width and the height, and then we're going to multiply the width and the height, and then we're going to print the final square footage of the room. And this is going to be useful if you ever want to carpet your room or put in new flooring. You're going to know how much square foot you need to have based solely on the measurements you take. So you can go ahead and try and solve this or create this program all on your own, but if you get stuck, you can come back, and we're going to go ahead and type this out now. So the first thing we want to do, as always, is welcome everybody to our new program. So we can say, please enter the dimensions of the room in square feet, and dimensions has an S, not a T. And we'll come down here, and we're going to create our function, and we're going to call it calculate area, just like this. And I believe we need two spaces right there. We'll call our function, and we are going to close this off. Let's go ahead and pass in the width and the height that we are going to need. And now we can type in pass so we don't get any errors. And now we're going to take in our parameters right here. We're on step number 2. So we need to take in our parameters. We're going to call this width equals, and then we're going to make it an integer. So that way we're getting in the information in the correct way. If you think you're going to have like 12.3, you would type in float instead of an integer, but we're going to work with whole numbers. So I'm going to use integer just for the sake of this program, just to make it a little easier. We want to take in an input, and we want to have our user enter the width of the room, and that all looks good. So now we can come down here and get the height equals int, just like before. And we want to have an input, and we want them to enter the height of the room, and tab out of that. Now we're going to call our function. So calculate the area. We're going to pass in the width and the height. And now we can come back up here and edit our function. So we'll delete this pass right here, and we are going to do an area of the square footage. So square feet equals W times H, and we need some spaces in here to make that look a little nicer. And then we want to print, and we're going to call this an F string right here, and we'll say the total carpet area, we'll just say the total square feet is, and we'll pass in our, this needs to be like that, we're going to pass in the area of square feet. So this should be able to function for us now. We're going to take in our variables, we're going to pass them through over here, our parameters are going to take the data, multiply the data, both are integers, so that way the multiplication works, and then we should print the total square feet. So please enter the dimensions of the room. Let's try a 12 by 13. And it's going to tell us the total square foot is 156. So this is a simple example of why we would want to pass in 2 bits of data. For us, it's more likely we're going to be passing in something like an IP address or a domain right here, some domain name, or maybe an IP address and a CIDR range. Like, we just don't know what we're going to use this for in the future, but it is something you're going to see in the future and you need to know. So this is a little bit of extended knowledge on functions. Okay, we are going to create a password encryption program because we are in the field of cybersecurity. We want our passwords to be nice and secure so no one can guess them. What is really common for people to do is have a bunch of different passwords for their email, their Facebook, their Instagram, and they'll do a really good job of keeping their passwords all different and not reusing their password. But what happens is we can't remember all that, so people store them in a Word document or a text file on their computer, and anyone can open that up. So let's see if we can encrypt our passwords with the super secure base64. So what we want to do is import base64. And what we want to do is create a program that is going to encrypt our passwords with base64. So I'm going to walk through and show you how we would encrypt our passwords, but then you're going to write a program all on your own that is going to decrypt your passwords from base64. So I decided to include this into our projects because you need to get used to coming over to Google and typing in Python base64 documentation and then clicking on this documentation. So I'm going to be using a lot of this stuff in here. We're going to be using base64.base64 encode for this project, but when you make your own, you're going to be using base64.base64 decode, and you're going to be passing through your parameters. This is taking 3 parameters right here, and we're going to be passing in only 1 parameter for the sake of our program, but you need to get used to going, okay, I want to do this. Let's see if there is a Python module for it. Going out to Google and typing in Python and then whatever module you're looking for. And in our case, it's base64. And then you want to look for the documentation. You'll want to read the documentation so that you can understand it. We're going to be doing this in code. We could use encoded bytes, but I think we're going to try and work around it. And we're going to be using a lot of these different functions that are inside of this module. So let's come back over here to our program. And we're going to start out like always and create a function and call it encrypt. And then we'll call it pass, and then we're going to pass through a password. And you remember you can save this as anything. We're going to do this and type in pass here so it's not yelling at us that we have problems. And now one of the very simple first things we need to do, as always, is ask for the user password that we want to encrypt. And we're going to save this as an input, and it's going to be as a string, so we don't need to worry about making it a float or an integer. And we can say enter your password, and then they're going to type in their password. Now what we need to do is call this function right here. So we're going to call the encrypt password, and we're going to pass in the user pass. So whatever they enter in right here is going to be passed through into our function. So we'll delete the pass right here, and we're going to make a new variable that we're going to return elsewhere so that way we can use it. And the return usage is going to be something new that you have not seen before, and we'll work around it, but it is something you're going to see, so you need to know it. So we'll call this encrypt. We'll call this encoded bytes, and we're going to create this as a variable because we're going to want to pass this out of this function and print it down here what our password is when it is returned in base64. So remember, I got all of this from the documentation, base64, and we want to encode. So base64, let's see if it gives us right here, base64 encode, and then we want to encode the password, and we want it to be encoded. So we'll type in dot encode, and we have too many parentheses, so we can delete those right there, and we can come down here, and now we want to return our encoded bytes, or we can actually just say we want to print our encoded bytes. And I want to show you what happens when we actually return this, because you're going to see the return function being used quite often in Python. So let's go ahead and try this. So we'll say, what is the password? So we'll type in pass, and this right here is your base64 part of the password. This little quote and this quote right here with this B, we would actually have to add another line of code in here, which I think might get kind of confusing for you guys, because it's going to be all of this only in a different order saved in a different variable in order to get rid of this. And I decided to just write it like this so that way it's not too confusing for you. So if you look at this, we have base64.base64 encode, and then we got our password .encode, and that comes from over here, the base64 right here, .base64 encode, and then we put our password in right here, and we put .encode, and we call the .encode method, which we should be able to find in the documentation. I'm not going to look through all that again, but that's how we do that. We just read the documentation to see how we would use this. And that is how we create our own little program right here that is going to base64 encode our passwords. Now we could copy this and save it somewhere on our computer, and if anyone comes across it, you would have your password encoded. Now, anybody who knows much about cybersecurity is going to see these double equals and just assume this is base64, and they're going to decode it. But we are just using this as a stepping stone or a learning tool to create. So what I want you to do is now create a program like this one that is going to decode the password. So you can come over here to the documentation, read through it and see if you can modify this program so that it will decode our password. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is just delete this and we will start over. And I'm actually going to delete that and we'll call this decrypt the password. And if we come down here, we'll do the same thing as we did before and type in pass, and we will want to encode a string, and we're going to take this as an input, and we're going to ask them to enter the base 64 string, just like this. So we will come down here and we're going to call our function, and we're going to call it de-encrypt, and that is not how you would type this. We'll just call this decode so that way we have it spelled right. So we got decode the password right here. So decode pass. We'll change this to decode pass as well. And we're going to pass through our encoded string right here that we have taken as an input. Put a space right there. Now we can delete this, and we want to decode the bytes that are sent through. And we're going to go base 64 dot base 64 decode this time. So base 64 encode. It's a little ways down. Let's just keep on typing. So base 64, and we want decode, which is right here. And now we want to enter in our parameter that we have passed through right here, which is going to be our password. So we're going to say password. And now we can come down here and we're going to decode the data. So we'll go decode data, and we're going to say decoded bytes right here dot decode, and this should decode this for us. And now we should be able to print our decoded data. So we'll just say decoded data, and we want this to be an F string, and then we'll print our decoded data. Actually, we'll just type in decoded password because that's actually what we're using here, and we can pass this through as an F string, and we'll say decoded data right here. So now if we run this, I'm going to grab that base 64 that we had earlier as our password, and we can paste this in. This is the word pass, and let's see if this runs. Your decoded password is pass. So now we have created both an encoder and a decoder. So we can save this, and if we ever forget our password, we can come to this program and we can paste this in, and we will be able to see our decoded password, and we can encode all of our passwords and save them safely on our computer. So this is I wanted to show you this mostly because we're going to be importing base 64, and you're going to need to read through this. Later on in this course, we're going to be importing sockets, and you will have to do quite a bit of reading and catching up on some networking in order to use sockets, and you're going to have to come over to the documentation and spend some time reading so that you know how to use sockets when we are creating our networking based tools. All right, we are going to go ahead and talk about dictionaries. So we're going to delete this code that we have here, and dictionaries are going to be similar to JSON in that they have a key value. So I actually have some example JSON right here that I want to show you. So we have the JSON, we have people, and then we have it listed inside of these square brackets right here. But really what I wanted to show you was inside of JSON, which probably most of you are familiar with if you have been doing any kind of penetration testing or ethical hacking at all on websites, then you have probably seen JSON before. So this would be a key, and this would be a pair, or the value. So we have the key and the value. And I want you to notice that these are in quotations because these are being passed in as strings. And then the age down here is not in quotations. This will be different when we look at our dictionary. So this would be passed through inside quotations. But I wanted to show you JSON uses key and value, key and value. So in dictionaries, we're going to be using key values. I wanted you to see the JSON so that way so maybe it would help you understand a dictionary because it's the same thing with keys and values. So a dictionary, we can just call it a dictionary like we would a list. We can say dictionary equals, and then we're going to use curly braces instead of square braces, and we're going to add in some quotations, and then we're going to put in a semicolon. So that is the key, and the value is going to be my name. And then if we want to add something else in here, we would just put a comma and then quotations, and we'll put age, and then we put in a semicolon, and we want to add in my age of 30. So we have the key right here and the value right here. So key, value, and we'll be able to extract the value by identifying the key, but we are not really ready for that. So what we can do at this point is we can just print the dictionary. So we'll print, and then we'll put in here dictionary. So we can run our little code here and see what happens, and we are given the entire dictionary. But what happens if we put inside of our square braces? If you remember, in a list we would put 0 or we'd put 1 for whatever we want to extract. And if we put a 0 and we run this, you might think you'll be getting the key and the value for the first item inside of the dictionary, but you see we get an error that does not work for us. So we do use square brackets just like we would for a list, but the difference is we're going to put in the key name. So we can put in the key, which is going to be name, and if we run this, we get the value right here. We get Ryan, so name is the key, and we're able to pull the value right here. You can see we're able to pull the value from the key. And that is how we would pull the value from the key right here, but we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. And what we need to remember is that everything inside of these curly braces will need a key and a value and will be included inside of the dictionary. And the dictionary can have as many things as you want inside of here. So if we wanted to add something to our dictionary, what we can do is, it is really simple. We'll just type in dictionary and we can add square braces, and maybe we want to add an ID to our user, and we can just say ID and then equals 1. And now if we print this dictionary, you will see what happens. So we'll print this and we have an ID of 1 being put down here. So we were able to add in a new key and its value just simply by typing in dictionary and giving it an ID and 1. It's pretty simple when it comes to adding information into a dictionary. If we wanted to empty the dictionary, we could actually leave this right here so you can see that we're able to print the dictionary. But then if you wanted to empty the dictionary, all you'd have to do is type in dictionary and put in some curly braces, and then come down here and we can print the dictionary again, and we need to have an equal sign in here, and if we run this, we're going to have an empty dictionary. So if we want to empty our dictionary at some point in our code, we can just empty it and it will be empty. The same thing can be said if we need to add to a dictionary. So we need to create a dictionary, and then maybe later on we are going to ask the user for some kind of input. We can just add to the dictionary by putting something down below it. And now if we run this, we're going to get the ID of 1 added into our empty dictionary. We saw this earlier when we created an empty list, and then we added stuff into our list later. So you can make an empty dictionary, or you can clear the dictionary by doing this right here. And one last thing that is going to be really helpful for you is looping through a dictionary. So you might think it is going to be as simple as looping through a list, but it's a little different. So we can type in for thing in the dictionary. We're going to print thing, and let's go ahead and run this and see what it gives us. So it gives us name, age, ID. We have all of the keys with none of the values. But if we want to print the key, we can just type in print, and we can say dictionary, and we should be able to say a thing just like we did earlier in the example. And now we should print right here. We will print the key, and then right under that we're going to print the value, because it's going to loop through and print each of them, one and then the other. So we have the name, Ryan, age 30, ID 1. So if we delete this, we will print each item in the dictionary. So we have the key and the value. So we were able to print the value by just running the code this way. So this is the dictionary. It can be a little confusing at the beginning. Dictionaries, I don't really use them all that often. You might see them in the future, but this is the dictionary. It is something you need to be aware of. Okay, it is time for our next little challenge here. We are going to create a dictionary that will let you add a student and their grade. You'll need a while loop to complete this task. You can go ahead and give this a try on your own and see if you can complete this little task here. If not, we'll go ahead and get started, and hopefully this will make sense to you once we're done. And if you are following along for the first time and you are not able to complete this on your own, just go through, watch this video and don't write the code, and then pause the video and go back and try to write the code without cheating and looking back at the code we've written. So that way you can at least get some practice on this little challenge. So we'll go ahead and start by creating a empty dictionary. And if you remember, this is what they look like. And we're going to need a while loop. So we'll say while not off. And it is going to look like this. We need it to be on. So we'll say off equals false. So now we have our little while loop ready for us. And what we can do now is we're going to need to take in a name. So we'll say name input, and we'll just ask it to enter student name. And this needs to be an equals. And then we can ask for a grade. And we want to enter the student's, we'll put student grade like this. And now we will want to add in the key and the value to our dictionary. So here is what we talked about, how to add to a dictionary. We're going to say the student grade. We're going to put the key that we want to add into the square brackets, and then we are going to add in our value by typing in grade. So we have the student grade, which is going to be our dictionary, and we have the key and the value that we want to add to it. So now we can print, and we want to print student added successfully. So we should be able to space out of there, and this is spelled wrong, so we can get that to look nice. Now we also want to print the student grade, so that way we can make sure our dictionary is actually working. So we can type in the student grades. And now we need our while loop to stop. So we're going to ask a prompt, and we're going to say add underscore another, and we'll just call this our other student. So add another what? Another student. And we can ask for an input, and we can say would you like to add another student? Question mark. And we're going to give the option of a Y or an N, so for yes or a no. And if you remember from earlier, we want to make this lower just in case the user puts in a capital or a lower. This will automatically make it so it's going to be lowercase. Now we can come down here and we're going to say if the add another equals a Y, then we want to pass by this so that way it doesn't hit the else statement. And then we'll just add in an else statement. And we're going to say off equals true, which will break our little program right here. So we can add a semicolon right there. And now this should run for us here. Let's go ahead and give this a try. Enter a student's name. We'll say James. James gets a C because he's average. And would we like to add another student? Let's say no. And it exits the code. I would like a space right here. Let's try this again, and we'll try yes. So we'll say James, and he gets an A because it's going to work this time. And would you like to add another student? Yes. And we're going to add Fred, and he gets a C because he didn't do his homework. And would we like to add another student? No, just Fred and James is good. And it exits, and so we have James right here who got an A and Fred right here who got a C. So you can kind of see how you would use dictionaries in a real world program, taking in information that you want to save as a key. So James and his grade would be an A. Okay, at this point, we're going to take a little bit of a shift, and we're going to go from learning Python to learning some web basic fundamentals. You're going to need to know the web fundamentals anyway if you want to be a bug bounty hunter or a penetration tester. And the reason we're going to look at some web fundamentals right now, such as HTML and CSS, is because you're going to need to be able to scrape information off of different websites in order to really speed up a lot of your hacking processes. So we're going to go ahead and check out the web fundamentals, and then we're going to move into building some web scraping tools and dealing with and manipulating URLs. So let's go ahead and jump into this, and then right after that we're going to move into making some web scraping tools and some URL probing tools. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Okay, so here we are at CodePen.io. We're going to be starting out with basic HTML and how to understand it. So you can come over here and go to this web application and click Start Coding, and it will load up for us what we need. You might have a display that looks something like this or this. I like it all the way over here to the right, so that way my actual website will look similar to the way you would see it in an actual browser. So we can come over here and minimize this, and we can minimize this because we're not going to be dealing with CSS or JavaScript just yet. And basic HTML and tags, I want to show how HTML tags look. So HTML, what is HTML? It is the hypertext markup language, and it's the language of the internet. There's also XML, which is another markup language, but we're not going to deal with that just yet because we are on HTML. So when you come to HTML, you can make static websites. They won't look very nice, but you can make them, and you can do this with just HTML. And so let's just start coding along, and you'll be able to understand it as we go. So let's say we're making a journal entry to a book, or we're just making a table of contents. You could start out with just a basic H1, and then you'll make another H1, only you're going to put a / and we're going to close it out. And then in here we can say this is a title, and then it will render for us over here. And we have this closing tag, and this closing tag is actually really important because let's say I had by me, and as it loads this, it's going to put all of this in here, and it puts it all in big font. And when we close this out, like we already saw and the way you're supposed to do, it will load it differently. You can see the H1 makes the text really big, and let's say we want to enclose this. Actually, we'll enclose the me down here with an H2, just like this, and you can see this has changed right here. And you can see that it is smaller. And if we make this, let's say we want to make this an H4, you can see as the numbers go up, the size of the font gets smaller. So the H1 is for the top heading, and everything gets smaller. And then you also have a paragraph tag that looks like this. And in here would be what you would consider a paragraph. So you can just write in here something, and then we can close this out just like this, and you'll be able to see that it renders just the same. And now we have this paragraph tag. So you have headings and paragraphs, and you can format the text and the style with the CSS, which we will do later. But right now, I just want you to have a basic understanding of how HTML works and get to understand and be familiar with these tags. You can actually go to a documentation website for such as W3 Schools. And so for now, I want you to get an understanding of these tags, and you can go to W3 Schools and read the documentation about all the different tags. And we're going to see quite a few different ones as we go along, but these tags become really important for cross-site scripting and other vulnerabilities because we're going to have to learn how to break out of these tags in order to insert our own malicious code in the future. Okay, so now that we are familiar with a closing tag, there are some kinds of tags that do not require a closing tag, and these are typically tags that do not have any input. Like these all take some kind of text that they render on the page. There are some tags that are self-closing, such as a break tag, and this tag does not take any text or input, and what it does is it spaces out these gaps right here. And there is also another tag called an HR tag, and this will place a line underneath of the text. This is usually done in like basic resume style HTML websites. You won't really see a whole lot of this in actual web applications. And if you do, usually stuff like this is done with a border inside of CSS in a div. But this is something to be aware of, that there are self-closing tags within HTML, and you will probably see these. I want you to be familiar with all the different kinds of tags you are going to be seeing when you're looking through source code and you're looking for vulnerabilities, as well as trying to figure out how to get a cross-site scripting to work. And it is always helpful to be familiar with the tags because some tags may be blacklisted, while others are not, and they can be helpful in helping you break out of an HTML element in order to get a cross-site scripting to work. And another thing to be aware of, if you see something like we just saw with the HR and we see this pop up on the screen and we decide we want to add a size to it and we want to make it bigger or smaller, and you can see this is running in pixels, so if we do 39, that's going to be really big. I meant to make it just 9. You can see that our line shows up, and I think you can also add a shadow, but I don't remember how to do that with an HR tag. If you ever see this and you're wondering, wow, I really like how this looks, I would like to be able to make a tag that looks just like this one on a web application. You can inspect and you can actually just look to see exactly where it is at. Let me see if I can. We'll grab this, inspect, and right here you see the HR size 3. And it's really important to be familiar with inspecting specific things, because it's possible in the future that you're going to have an input field and you are able to search. It renders within the HTML, and you're going to need to be able to inspect to see where the word is within the HTML so that you know exactly what you need to do in order to break out of it to get your malicious code to run. We'll get more into that in the future, but for now, let's continue with HTML and what it looks like and becoming more familiar with it. We're going to move on from here, and we're actually going to install a text editor. I'm going to have you install Visual Studio Code if you're new, or you can use whatever text editor you would like, but I'm going to be using VS Code. So what we can do is come over here and we can just type in VS Code just like this, and you will come to this page right here. You can click download, and you can download it for whatever OS system you are using, and you can go ahead and download it and then install it. It's pretty simple to install and open up. And when you are here, you will want to make a new folder, and I'm just going to leave it. We can barely see my folder over here. I'm going to rename it as test app. You can call yours whatever you would like, and then we're going to open it up. So we'll come over here, click open, go to desktops, and I named it test app right here. And I can open this, and it will open over here just like this, and we can open up a new file and say index.html, and when we hit enter, it's going to open up our index.html. Because we're in VS Code, right here's where you go to install plugins. I'm just going to have you install one plugin right now, and we're going to type in boilerplate. I think you could just type in boil, yes, and it goes ahead and opens us up. We want HTML boilerplate, and you'll hit install right here. I already have it installed. And then when we come back to our index.html, if we just type in HTML, we can go down to this 5 right here and hit enter, and we'll be given the boilerplate. And now you can delete this right here. This is how we want to keep this, so we can save this right here. And a helpful tip to render what we have going on in a browser, we can just right click and we can just say we want to open with Google Chrome, and it will open up a page for us like this. I actually want to put this page over here so you can see it. And if we just come over to our body right here and we just type in, and let's make it in H1, and we'll just say hello world, save this. And if we come over here and refresh our page, it will render for us our hello world. So now that we know everything is working, we're going to begin looking at a little more in-depth advanced HTML that we will need to know in order to break out of our HTML to perform cross-site scripting and insert JavaScript. So with that, I'll see you in the next video. All right, so we have our own little web application running over here, and now we're going to enter a little bit in here. So instead of this H1, we can enter our name, and we'll make like an entry that we would see into something kind of like a Wikipedia page. So you have a name, and then you're going to want a title, and the title is going to be what goes on up here, like create a plan or a React app. We're going to go ahead and name it, and this actually goes inside the head tag. And so we can open this up, title. I guess I probably shouldn't open that up, because if I close it off, I think it'll automatically close it for me.
and we can say Ryan's site, and then we'll save it. And then if you come over here and refresh this, it should refresh for us. We got your site and your name, and you can add in a paragraph tag. So we can say, what do we want to say about ourselves right here inside this paragraph? And we can say, I am learning to become a hacker. So this is true for all of us here. And what maybe we want to make this hacker right here, we want it to be italicized and bold. So we can come in here and we can say we want all of this to be emphasized, and it closes that off there for us. And we'll paste it over here and we'll save this. And maybe we want the word hacker to be bold. So we can come in here and say we want this to be strong. And we can move this as well. And now if we save this and refresh our page over here, it has all become italicized. I'm not sure why this didn't become bold for me. I believe that's supposed to be bold, but that's okay if it doesn't work for us. My goal right now is for you to be understanding that there are different tags, and we can actually add in a break tag. Like say we decide we want this word hacker right here to be on the next line. We can add in a break, and we can refresh it, and now we have it on the next line. And maybe we decide after this that we want a line underneath everything, and so we'll say we want the HR in here for the line break, and if we refresh this, we now have our line. So we're starting to get a entry form here, kind of like a Wikipedia page. I actually should look at a Wikipedia page so I know what they actually look like. But anyway, my goal for us is to begin to understand these tags, and we're going to look at a few more tags, and then we're going to start looking at what goes inside these tags, because sometimes you'll be inside of something that looks like this, and you're going to have to figure out how to break out of this tag, because your entry input will be saved inside of a source or inside of something within a tag. And so we're going to learn more about inputs over here in just a little bit. For now, we're going to look at a few more tags that are going to be really common, and you're going to see a lot when you look at page source. Now that I'm about to close this out, I actually see that I spelled the word strong wrong here. So if we save that and now we come over here and we refresh our page, it becomes bold for us there. So inside of our HTML and our tags, we will need to spell things correctly. Otherwise, the interpreter will not know what we're doing or how to translate it into the web page. Okay, with that, I will see you in the next video. Now I want us to look at lists, and in the next video we're going to look at image tags, which are going to be really important because they're a main way to get an XSS to work, and so those will be coming up. But for now, we have our little web app that looks like this, and underneath the HR we're going to add in a list, and the way to add in a list can be done with a UL, and you just add in an LI like this. And now we're going to type into our list, and we're going to go ahead and put in I have learned about tags. And in our next one, dang it, in the Python text editor, you can hit tab and it'll go past your tag for you, and then you can go down to the next line. So we'll add another list just like this, and we're going to say I have learned about lists, and then we can say lastly, next I will learn about image tags. And now if we save this, come over to our page and refresh it, we have these bullet points just like this. And if we wanted them to be numbers, it's pretty simple. You just would change this to an OL like so, and I forgot to save it, and now we can refresh the page, and we have 1, 2, 3. So these are lists and tags. You'll see these sometimes. You'll be able to have inputs, and one of the really popular places to see something like this is inside of some kind of task manager or something. You will see these in live programs or maybe in a penetration test, where you're testing some kind of application that is supposed to help you schedule, and you'll be able to input lists and things like this. And maybe there will be some way for you to inject either over here or over here, but these are the LI tags and this is the OL. So when you see these in a page source, you now know what is going to be going on. Now we're going to move on to the image tag, and we're going to pop our first cross-site scripting, only we're going to use an alert because we're not going to be injecting it into anything. But I want you to see how it works because you're going to see these image cross-site scriptings a lot in the future. They are really popular if you can get one to store for the cross-site scripting to pop every single time the page loads. So with that, we will move on in the next video. A few more things to go over and learn before we are ready to start practicing cross-site scripting elsewhere. And the first thing we need to cover is an image tag. The image tag is going to be one that you're going to see a lot in CTFs and practicing cross-site scripting because it will automatically render on the page whenever it is loaded, or if there's some kind of submit button for an on error to cause an event. So with that, we will just start out with a basic understanding of inserting an image. So if you just type in IMG, it should load for you. You have this alt, which is what's going to load if the source doesn't work. So we can just say Ryan, because I'm going to use my image. And if we save this and we'll say the source is lost, so obviously there's not going to be any source. If we come over here and we refresh the page, we see Ryan and it tells us the little image is not found. But if we go out to, say, Google and we type in who am I, and we type in PhD security, and then we go to images, here I am right here, and we can copy the image address right here. Make sure I'm trying to read those, make sure that's right. And if we paste this in here and then we save this huge link, when we refresh our page, our little browser that we have created right here is going to go out to this linked address that we have right here on YouTube to grab my image, and it's going to ping it and make sure that we have permission to load this image right here. So if we save this and refresh, you can see my image has popped up right there. Now I don't like where this is at, so I'm going to delete this, and that's one way to grab an image, and you will probably see that in the future, and you'll definitely see when images aren't loaded. That's usually what's happening. Now I already got the photo over here, same photo. You will see this as well. This is the most common way to load an image, and it's also the most reliable way. I actually want to put it underneath my name because it'll look better in our little wiki page right here. So if we do our same thing and we say image, and the source is just ryan.png because it is already loaded right here for us, and we save it, we can put in the alt, would just say my name, and we save it and we refresh it. You see it moves up here, and that is because it's grabbing the link right here. Now I think the most popular way to perform a cross-site scripting, especially in CTFs that don't have any kind of blacklisting, is going to look just like this. Source, you just put some mumbo jumbo in there, that's not going to work. And then an alt, doesn't really matter. What you're going to see is an on error, and then it's going to do something, and usually the do something is going to be alert and 1, and then save this, refresh our page, and you see the cross-site scripting pops right there for us. And you'll see something like, sometimes people will put in a 1, sometimes people will put in XSS, and sometimes you can just see a 1, 2, 3, save it. We got too many closing brackets, and on our page over here, refresh, we see this page says 1, 2, 3, and that is going to be probably the most common cross-site scripting that you're going to see in beginner CTFs. And the reason you're going to see it done like that in the beginning is because this is really easy and your input isn't being stored anywhere. We're going to get a little more complicated as we go along with the cross-site scripting. This is how you're going to see images loaded in HTML, and this is how you're going to see a lot of cross-site scriptings performed. You're going to see this image payload all over the place. So if we come back to our payloads, look, we have image, 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 and you always see this on error, and here's an on click. And you're just going to see a lot of these image tags. Here's another image tag. And so you're going to want to be familiar with understanding the image tag and then how to perform the cross-site scripting with it as we go along. things are going to get more interesting and a lot more fun to try and break out of. I know cross-site scripting doesn't pay a lot of money usually, but it is a lot of fun to break out of the HTML tags and bypass the bad characters. So with that, we're going to look at hrefs and hyperlinks in the next section, and then we're going to start looking at getting cross-site scripting to work for us. And then after that, we're going to start looking at cross-site scripting and breaking out of HTML tags. So with that, I will see you in the next video. Okay, so we're here with our code for our very simple website that we have going on right here. And so far we have just a static website with nothing really going on. And I want to move on into hrefs, and we're going to build this inside of an anchor tag. So right now, if we refresh this page right here, we're going to get our XSS. So we're going to go ahead and comment this out. I think you can just click at the end of the line. Yes, you can. You can click at the end of the line, and on a Mac you hit command / or command ? And it comments out the line there for us. And below this, we're going to add in our anchor tag, which is just going to make us have a clickable link. So we're going to go href, which this is going to be the link that we are actually wanting to add to our website. And we're going to just give something very basic like google.com. So we can go https:/, and then we go www.google.com. And if we save this and then we come over here and refresh, you will see our link when we add it in over here, Google. I forgot to add that text in, and I forgot to save it. So we'll save it, refresh our page, and now we have this link right here. And if we open link in new tab, we are taken to Google. So this is really simple, and you can I've actually been seeing these little anchor tags also inside of the source right here become a place for cross-site scripting. I'm not really sure why developers have been making it so your user input, say there's like an input box, or you can just come up here and you would do something like this and just add in a parameter of something equals and then XSS or script right here. I've been seeing at least twice in the last month that right there, that XSS would get stored either right here or right here, and all we have to do is break out of these little links or the source or the href in order to get our cross-site scripting to work. So we'll just pretend for now rather than actually build an input, because that's going to require some JavaScript in order to get it to be saved inside of this link. But one of the things you should always do and always check for is if you can add in a parameter right here like this, or you're able to just insert something into like a text field and hit search, like on a search bar on Amazon or Google, and then you inspect the text like this. You should always check to see if your information is getting stored in here, like this cross-site scripting. You should always come in here and look for the cross-site scripting or your keyword that you were able to put into the input. So I want to just show you like how to break out of this for cross-site scripting. Let's say we're able to add a parameter and it adds it into this google.com. The most recent one that I saw, it was actually appending what I put in as a parameter down inside of a page one. It was like something like this, page one equals, and this was at the foot of the application. So it would have looked something like this right here. And if we save this, comment that out, and then we come back over here and we refresh this, it was down here at the bottom and it was like page one, and within this page one it had my little cross-site scripting payload that I was adding in right here. And so we'll pretend that is what we have going on, is that we're able to add in a parameter and it's getting stored right here, and we need to break out of this in order to get our cross-site scripting to work. Because if you just come in here and type in script alert and then you close this out, nothing is going to happen. And I'll show you, we might even get an error. We come over here, we refresh it, and nothing happens. You click on it, nothing happens. We're not able to, because what's going on right now is we're not breaking out of the current HTML. And there's a couple of different ways to go about this, and this is all going to be trial and error. And sometimes when I come across something like this in the wild, I'll just copy this and I will paste it into a text editor just like this, because the colors are going to change when the payload is ready to work. So you should be aware of copying this and bring it into a code sandbox or some kind of text editor to play around with it. But I think this one is going to be pretty easy to break out of. You just add in some quotations right here in order to close this out, and then you can add a closing tag. And now if we save this and we come over here and we refresh the page, we get our cross-site scripting to work. And they really are this easy to find in the wild, especially if you're off the beaten path where payloads have not been tested and people haven't been looking for cross-site scriptings like this. The one that I found really was this simple. All I had to do was come up here into the URL and I just added in a random parameter. So you can just add in, for the sake of example, a CB, like a cache buster, even though we're not doing web cache poisoning. And then you can just add in a parameter of payload, and then we would say equals. And the way you would get this to store is you would type in our script that we put in just like this in order to close off this anchor tag. And then we just add in our payload. And so you'd go like this and you'd say script, spell it right, script, and then we would have alert, and then we would close off our payload just like this. And then you submit this. This is how it worked for me, and this right here was getting stored inside of the href just like this. So that is one way to pull off a cross-site scripting inside of a anchor tag. And sometimes you'll see these inside of something like this, because if you're familiar with Burp and you see the header tags and it sends a refer header showing where you came from in order to get to the next page, it'll have in the previous website that you've come from. And I actually came across a website that was storing the previous URL inside the HTML in a hidden input field. And all I had to do was copy it and then basically do the exact same thing we were doing earlier and just add in our script just like this in order to get the alert to work. So you can look out for these in a lot of different places, such as an href or inside of a source. And just be aware that where you put things within the input may get stored randomly within the HTML. And then all you have to do is be familiar with HTML, such as closing off the quotes and then closing off the tag and then pulling off the cross-site scripting. So with that, we're going to move on and look at some more HTML in the next video. All right, so there's two things I really want to show you before we move on from HTML, and we take just a second to look at CSS, and then we move into JavaScript, and that is hidden information as well as forms. And so we'll just start out with forms, and it will naturally lead into the hidden elements. So a form is pretty much just what it sounds like. It is one of those things that usually includes inputs and information that you're going to be taking in from the user. So usually within a form, you'll have a class, which we're actually not going to mess with until we get to the CSS, and then you'll have some kind of action typically, and this is going to take you somewhere, and we're not going to mess with that really either. And then we're going to also see a method, which we're not going to mess with as well. This is what would be sending the information to the server. Okay, and now we're going to want to add in a label just like this. And inside of this label, we're going to delete that, and we're just going to say your name. So we have this your name right here. So if we save it and we come over to our page and refresh, you will see it pop up on our page. And I added in this little HR so that you could see the division of the information. And right here is the your name. So we have our label, and now we want to take an input. So what we will do is add in an input. So we just say input just like this, and it's going to be a type text, and we're not going to mess with the ID or the name at this point. And if we save this, you're going to see just a box appear over here. And so it says your name, and then we have this text box. We're going to end up adding a button as well. So we will say we want a button, and it's just going to say submit, even though our button at this point is not going to do anything. And we can save this and refresh, and now we have your name with this text box and a submit button that does nothing. And then lastly, you're going to see within these forms is a password, and you're going to see something like another input just like this. And instead of the type text, you're going to see a password. And if you save this and we come back over to our page and we look at this, actually we're going to go ahead and add in a break because we want this on a new line. So we save this, we refresh it, and that's pretty ugly. And you'll see we have these little hidden dots just like here. This is to secure the password, and you'll see these a lot on web applications, but now they've started adding in this little eye over here for you to be able to see what you're typing in, because if you know any HTML and CSS at all, you know that you can just right click this and you can inspect, and then you can come in here and just change this password to text and then look at it just like this, and you can see the information that is being typed in here. And this is why people, when they use public computers, should never save their password, because if you use a public computer and you log in and you accidentally hit save password, then the next user can come in here and repopulate the password and look at your email and password and have your information, which would be very bad. So don't use public computers to enter in literally any of your data that is important to you. So there's one more thing I want to show you, and that is the hidden option. And so we're going to actually use a div here, and I want to show you that you can just type in hidden right here, and usually this hidden will be something other than the actual word hidden. There's other ways to hide elements within HTML, but we're going to use hidden because it's really simple. And then sometimes you'll see something like ID equals 8. And then if we save this, I've never actually seen this in the wild, only in CTFs. So this is not going to be something you're probably going to encounter in the wild, but you will probably see it in CTFs, as I've seen it in several CTFs. And you come over here and you refresh this page, you can see that we have this div ID 8 and it's hidden. And we can unhide this by just deleting the word hidden, and now the ID shows up on the actual page. And usually within CTFs, this ID 8 will be within a form, and you would just change this 8 to something else. So you could come down here and say, we're going to change the ID to 1, which would typically be an admin, and then you would hit the submit form and it would change your ID to 1. That's usually how it'll work in CTFs. I've never actually seen this in the wild, but it is something to be aware of, that you can change this hidden to anything. You can just delete it, and then you can change things within forms that have been hidden quite simply just by changing it. So that is something else to be aware of within the world of HTML and CSS. All right, so we have a future edit here, and I just want to say the reason that this would work in most CTFs is because if there is no JavaScript to check the user ID input, then when you hit the submit button, it would go ahead and send it. But in most cases, there's going to be JavaScript to check such functions. So a lot of times this is not going to work, and we will cover this more in the future. But for now, I have seen this in CTFs where you can change an ID because there's no JavaScript checking to make sure that the user client side input is what it is supposed to be. In the next video, we're going to give just a quick look at CSS because we're not trying to be web app developers. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on CSS, just going to give you a quick overview so that you know what it is, and when you see it, you'll be able to recognize it and know that it really isn't anything important to you unless you are crazy good and you can pull off some kind of remote code execution through a CSS injection, which can happen but is really advanced. So we're going to just look at some simple basic CSS so that you are aware of what it is and you aren't questioning when you see it inside of some source code. I'll see you in the next video. All right, we're going to have a look at some CSS. We're not going to spend a ton of time working on our little website here, making it look nice. For me, I am not a designer and I don't understand web design and fashion or anything like that, or color coordinating. So in the world of web development, this is, for me, the most difficult part, is making a website look nice. Some people are just gifted as designers and I am not one of them. So I'm just going to show you how CSS works in two different ways. I'm going to show you internal CSS and I'm going to show you external CSS. So that way when you come across CSS, you know what you are looking at and you're familiar with it. I'm not going to actually show you how to design a web app because that is not my area of expertise and it's not my gifting. If we want to do some internal styling, we can just come in here and type in style, and we can hit enter, and then we have this H1 right here that has our name in it. So we could just very easily just type in H1, and then we open a set of curly braces, and then we can just type in color, and then we can just type in aqua. Looks like a great color, and then we close it off with our little colon there, and we save it, and we come over and refresh our page. I see I didn't type in H1, typed in HR. So we type in our H1, save it, refresh, and our color changes to blue. And then maybe we want to change the word right here, hacker. There's another way you can go around doing internal styling, and you can just come in here and say that you want a color, and then we say we want pink, and then we can save it this way. And then if we refresh it, our color works. So there's several different ways you're going to see internal CSS, and this right here is the most common. This happens, but it doesn't happen very often. So when you're out in the wild, you will see CSS function like this, and you can also do a lot more with this. We're not going to cover it, so you could come in here to this H1 and you could type in something like padding, and you can say padding left, and then we could say like 200 pixels. And then if we were to save this and come back over and refresh it, you'll see that the name moved. I'm not sure if there is a centered option. Let's check it out. There is not. So there's something called bootstraps that would really help you with your styling if you were trying to become an actual developer, but we're not going to spend a ton of time with that. So you can do things like the padding left. You could do a padding for the bottom if we wanted some space between our information here, and you could say 100 pixels, and you could save this, and if you came over here and refresh it, we'll get a padding over here. So this is a little bit of styling, and one thing to be familiar with is a lot of times things are going to be broken up into divs. So you would have something like this right here. You would have a div, and we'll just copy this and cut, and we can paste that right here, and then we'll put another one. We'll put this right here, and then we'll put one down here between our list that we have right here. And then if we were to put something inside of here, like we say this div, we want to style it, and we say style, and then we want color, and then we're going to make this entire color red. It's going to be very bold, and then we decided to make a different div, and we wanted the entire color to be, let's say we'll make this entire color pink, and we save this and we refresh our page. You're going to see that everything within those divs actually changes colors, except this overwrites what was written inside the div. So we can actually just go ahead and close this out right here. And now if we come back and refresh, you can see everything becomes red and pink within the specific div. And so this is an introduction to internal CSS. You can style it either up here like this, or you can do some internal CSS. And so the divs are going to be like, you can, within HTML and CSS, you can think of everything as being inside little boxes. And there's actually a Chrome extension. It'll actually show you all of the boxes, and it's called Pesticide, and you can install it if you want. I'm not going to show it because the point of our course is not to learn how to be designers. The point is for us to understand CSS well enough to know what we're looking at so that we can figure out how we can exploit web applications when we come across it. So with that, in the next video we're going to look at external CSS. Okay, in this video we're going to look at an external style sheet, and then I'm going to show you why this was important for you to learn. So the first thing we're going to do is we can just go ahead and delete these inline styles that we put in right here, so that way we have our blank page like we did before. and we can just go ahead and delete the style altogether. And then if we save this and go back to our page and refresh, everything is back to how it was before. Now what we are going to do is come right here, and we're going to add a folder just like this, and we're going to call it CSS. And then inside this folder, we're going to add a new page, and we're going to call it style.css. And you can see our Visual Studio has recognized it as a style sheet. Come back to our index.html, and inside of the head tag up here, we can type in link, and it tells us that it has this style sheet, and we have the href2, and we want to link our CSS style sheet just like this, and it auto saved for us, and we can now save it. And now you can come over to your style sheet, and if we wanted to do like we did before, we can type in the h1, and we can type in color, and we can say red. And if we save this and come back over to our page and refresh this, our name is now red because that was the h1. We can do something like we did before with these divs, and we can say we want to give the div a color. So we could say div1, we want to have a color of blue. So we can come in here, we put our period before the div, and this is going to tell it that this is going to be our keyword. And we can say color, and we want blue, just like this. And then we'll make a div2, so we'll say period div2. I forgot this was div1, and we can say we want the color of pink. We'll go div1 right here, and we can say style div1. And I just realized that this is supposed to say class because we've given it a class name over here. And then if we give our second div a class of div2, and we save this, and we come over here and refresh it, we now have the colors have changed within our div, and our name color has changed. So this would be a form of external CSS, and I want to show you why it was important for you to know this. And it's important to know that this file was named CSS, and then we called it style.css. If we come back over here and we just check out this color palette and we inspect the page, and then you come over here to the sources, you can actually click on this CSS right here. Yours might not be all in line like this. You can click on the CSS, click on the style page, and then click the pretty right here to make it look pretty. And you can see just like this what they have done. It is organized just like ours. So this would be an anchor tag, which would be clickable, and they have red, green, blue, not sure what the A is, and then they have the text decoration, none. And so you can see their style sheet is called CSS just like ours, and style.css, and then it is formatted exactly the same way, and this would be an external style sheet. And then if you come back to looking at the elements, you can see the class right here, the class names for how they decided to name their classes and organize what they look like based on the CSS. So now when you come in here and you inspect a page and you come across a CSS file, you'll know what you're looking at, and you'll also be familiar with seeing class inside of the divs, seeing these class names. And that is going to wrap up for us the CSS internal and external. I will see you in the next video.
Okay, we're going to be looking at some new modules. We're going to be using Beautiful Soup to scrape information from a website. So let's go ahead, and I just Googled programmer in Wikipedia to get to this page. So I'm going to now just view the page source so we can look at this on the page source. What we're going to do is be grabbing different information from the page source. So that is what we are going to be doing in this video. So we're going to be grabbing different information from the page source. So again, all you do is right click and go view page source to get that page. So over here we have a brand new tool that I have named spider.py because this is going to
grab different URLs for us. And we're actually going to go ahead and give like some examples, and then we're going to create this tool all together in the coming sections. So what we can do to start out is just grab this URL so we have it in our tool so we can copy paste it as we need to use it and run that page to make sure our code is running. And then we need to import work. So we're going to import a couple of different things. We're going to import requests, which you have actually seen previously. And if it's not installed, just hold your mouse over it and then you will click install like you've seen before. So we're also going to run from BS4, which is a beautiful soup. We're going to import beautiful soup, so BEAU to full soup like this, and you'll just hold your mouse over this and you will click install, and this is BS4, so hold your mouse over if it's red and click install and you will have beautiful soup. So I think we'll start out by just making this a function and say get page. So we'll do something like this. We're going to pass in the parameter URL and we'll type pass for now because we need to call the page. So we'll say get page and we're going to pass through a parameter, which is going to be an input because we want to pass through our URLs that we would like to scrape for. So now we can ask the question, what URL would you like to scrape? Question mark and then space, so our what we type in doesn't get smushed all together. So now we can come back up here and delete this pass. And if you remember from using responses, the response or the request module that we imported earlier, we have to create a response equals request, and then we want dot get, and it's going to get the request from the URL that we pass in. So now we're going to create our soup equals a beautiful soup, which is going to be a class, and then we want to pass in the response that we just created, dot content, which is the content that we grabbed, and it's going to be parsing for us HTML. You can use HTML, XML, LXML, or whatever modules it has. You can go read the documentation, but for our purposes, we're going to be using HTML. So we're going to use the HTML parser. Now we can do something pretty simple and we can just print the soup, and you're going to see just how easy it is to use a beautiful soup. So we can just start grabbing information from the website. So we'll just highlight this so we can paste it in. We can run our program, and which website would we like to scrape? We can run this in and it's going to tell us here is the first anchor tag. So you can do something like this anchor tag. You can do soup.findAll, and then you can pass in an A for your anchor tag, which actually I believe when we run this method slash function, you need this in quotes. So let's go ahead and try it this way. And it now will find all of the anchor tags. And if you remember, we have anchor tags in here that will be connected to a lot of the hrefs. So you can find different anchor tags by doing something like that as a find all, and that will grab all of them. And I believe we also have a find method. So if we just run find, I think it grabs just the first one for us. So let's see. Yes, it grabs just the first one and instead of finding all. So you have the find method as well as the find all. And find can be, you'll use find when you want to grab like one specific URL. So let's say we wanted to grab maybe just an H1. What you would do is come down here and you would look for an H1, which I'm actually not seeing any in this page. Let's just say we want to grab this right here with this ID. You can just copy this right here and we'll copy this, and you could come back over to your program and you could paste that in, and let's run this. So we have too many quotes going on here, so we should be able to run this as it is. Let's see if that works. That is not going to work because the ID needs to be outside of the quotes and that needs to go inside of the quotes. Now we should be able to run this, highlight our URL and paste it in, and it'll find that specific button for us. And if we wanted, I believe we could save this as a variable, and we'll just call this var equals, and then if we wanted just the text, we could say print var.text, I believe it is. And let's see if this will work for us, because I'm not actually sure if that would run. Let's try var.string.
Let's try that. If it maybe it could be that our button doesn't actually have any information in it. Yeah, it doesn't have any information to actually print. So if we were to grab like a title right here, let's say we wanted to grab a title, this will work for us a little better. But just so you know, you have this find to grab very specific information within the page source. Like if we wanted to grab this entire div, we would just highlight this and then we would paste that in and we would use just that. So if we wanted to, let's see if we can find some information on this page that is actually typed out. So down here, you start to hit different bits of information being typed out. So if we wanted to grab this title right here, and the title is count, we could copy this, and hopefully it's the only one, and we can paste that in. And this should print, this one should actually print some text back because the page had text on it. And it is getting an error because count doesn't exist. So let's try this again. And let's delete our string because that's giving us an error. See what information we're getting back. Still not giving us information. So another way we can actually grab information is we can just actually come up here and we can just tell it we want to print. And let's say we wanted to print just that title that we saw earlier. We can type in soup.title.string. Kind of like we were trying earlier. And if we run this, we should be able to paste that in and we get programmer and Wikipedia as our title page. So we get this programmer up here and the Wikipedia as our title, which would come from this page source. It's going to grab the title all the way from the top right here. So we have that title and we're able to grab that. So we're able to grab specific information. I hope you're seeing how this is going to be beneficial to us as penetration testers or bug bounty hunters, because typically what we want to grab is going to be this right here. We're going to want all the links that are relevant to our specific URL. So let's go ahead and we'll comment out this. Actually, we'll just delete this because we don't really need it. We're done with that. And let's actually do something useful like grab all of the links out of here. So what we can do is we can just say we want to grab all the tags. So we'll say tag equals soup and we want to .find and we want to find all and we want to find all the anchor tags, and then within all of the anchor tags we want to find all of the hrefs. So if we run this right now, look at what this looks like. We're going to need to print the tag so that way you can actually see what it looks like. So we'll print the tag, and this information is not going to be that helpful to us. We want the href. So like we want this href. We want this href because every one of those hrefs is a potential target for us on that specific web page. So we're going to need to create a for loop to grab just those tags. So we can actually say for t in tag, we want to get the URL, and since we're passing through the URL up here, we could actually just call this like URL2. And it's going to equal a t for each time it loops through, and we want to get just the href. So we can say get, and we need to pass through the href. Now what happens if we print the URL2? Let's see if this will grab that for us. We'll comment this out because we don't want that to print. So let's try this and see. We get all of these different URLs. Now, sometimes when you run something like this, it's going to take you like this. This is not helpful to you as a penetration tester. We want just the Wikipedia pages, or if we were targeting yahoo.com, we want just domains that yahoo.com owns. So let's go ahead and build out a real tool that you can use in real life, such as Sublister or some kind of tool that's going to grab you domains, but we want live domains. So we're going to build two tools, and we're going to build one that's going to grab domains, and then we're going to build another tool that's going to test those domains, and we're going to have an output of live domains that are going to be most likely in scope. So a lot of the stuff like this right here that has nothing to do with Wikipedia would most likely be out of scope. This would be out of scope. So we want the stuff that actually says Wikipedia and is owned by Wikipedia and is sending us to Wikipedia pages. So let's go ahead and build this out now. So we'll just delete all of this and get started. And let's just start over from the beginning. So we want to import requests just like we had earlier, and we want beautiful soup. So from BS4,
we're going to import, and we want beautiful soup. And then from URL lib, so from the URL library, we would like to just import everything so that way we don't have to mess with it later. And now we can actually start our program. So we're going to set up just the shell first, and then I will explain what is going on and how we're going to build this project. So we're just going to type out visited URLs. And the reason we're going to do this is we're going to use the set class right here. And the reason we're using this is because it will identify all of the individual URLs. So let's say we visit multiple URLs. We want to actually keep one at a time. So let's say we go to yahoo.com and then it goes to yahoo.com, and then on the next page it says you can be referred to yahoo.com. We just want one yahoo.com. We don't want to crawl the web page 50 times because that popped up a bunch of times. So this visited URLs, which is spelled wrong, we just want it to classify each one time. So if it's a duplicate, it's going to just delete it. So if you're more interested in what this does, you can just copy this and go out to Google and paste it in, and you can read about how the set class works, and we don't have to worry about those duplicates. That's what we're going to be doing with it in our program. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to want a function, and we're going to just we'll call it spider URLs, because that's what essentially we want to do, is spider the URLs. And we're actually going to do something a little more interesting. We're going to pass in the URL, and then we want the keywords in the URL. And if you remember why we're doing this is because when we typed in our last program and we ran it, we were getting all kinds of URLs that were not actually related or in scope to our target. So we're going to pass in a keyword also, and that is totally not spelled right. So we're going to pass in a keyword along with our URL. So if our keyword is in the URL, then it is going to print it out for us in a file. So more specifically, if we were attacking yahoo.com, and Yahoo has links that'll take you to Verizon, or it will take you to AT&T or Bing or whatever, really anything. We don't want those URLs. We want only the URLs that are related to Yahoo. So it would be like sports.yahoo.com or anything that has Yahoo in it. So we want to pass in the URL along with a specific keyword that we want to see in the URL as well. So that way we're tracking URLs that are going to be in scope for us. So then what we're going to do is we're actually going to take in these two parameters, the URL and the keyword, and we're going to save them in variables. So we can say URL equals, and we're going to have an input, and in this input we're going to say enter the URL you want to scrape, and then we can put a period and a space. And then we also want the keyword, and we're going to say keyword equals, and it's going to be another input, and we would like to say enter the keyword to search for in the URL provided, and then period space. And then we want to pass those in to our function. So now we can say we want to spider the URL, and we want to pass in the URL and the keyword. So now we are passing those parameters in, and we'll just go ahead and put that way down at the bottom because we're done with this. And now we're actually ready to start our program. So this might seem a little confusing as we go through and make it, but when we're done, you'll be able to go through and read through this, and it's all stuff we've covered before, and so you'll be able to understand what is happening. If you would like, you can go ahead and try and write the code yourself, and then if you get stuck, you can come back and watch the video, and I'm certain if you complete it, we will not have written this the same way. And I just noticed that this is actually supposed to say URLs, and that means we need to change that down here, URLs. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with this project. The first thing we want to do is we're going to enter a try statement, because if you go out and you get a response and the response is bad, or the URL gives you a 500 or a 401, then we're going to have a problem. So like always with our request module we've now seen twice previously, we're going to go ahead and open up a response variable, and it's going to be the request, and it's going to get the URL. So request.get, and it wants to get the URL that we are passing through. Going to go ahead and try to get the request. And if it is able to get the request, then we want to do something with it. And with that, we're going to say if this doesn't work, so if it tries this and it's not able to get the request, then it's going to need an accept clause. And we're going to type in here that we want to print out the error. So we can just come down here and we can say print, and we're going to make this an F string, and we'll just say request failed, and then we can actually give it the URL that failed. So we can just say request failed, and it'll pass through the URL. So we'll be able to see the bad URLs. But if the response works, we want it to come down here and continue our code. And because we hit this accept, if we hit this and the request fails, you can type in return right here and it will stop the code. So none of our if statements from this point forward will be ran. So now if it works, so if the response status is a 200, then we want to keep going with our code. So we can say if this is a 200, then we want to try and grab the information from the site that we are actually trying to scrape. So we're going to now type in our soup, which you saw previously, and it's soup, and we're going to use the beautiful soup, and we want the response, just like before, of the content. And we're going to be using the HTML parser the same as we did before. So we can type in html.parser, and we want to grab all of the anchor tags and all of the hrefs. So you have seen a lot of this previously, and you can try and type this out if you remember it. So we'll just type in the a tag, and it's going to be the soup.find, and we want to find all and not just one of them. So we want to find all the anchor tags, and then we also want to grab the href out of here. So we'll just type in href. Will that let us use href? It will as a variable. So we'll say href equals, and then we're going to grab the tag right here, our a tag, and then we are going to type in the href, which is what we're actually searching for. So you should understand what is going on at this point. Just to show you, we're going to grab the anchor tags, and inside of all of the anchor tags, we're going to grab the hrefs. Let's see if we can find one. So right here is an anchor tag, and here is the href. So it would grab this right here as our link. So that's what we're trying to grab. So we have the A for the anchor tag, and now it's going to grab the href out of the anchor tag. And we're going to loop through these tags. So we can hit enter, and we can say for the tag in the a tags, we want to do something in the href, just like this. And let's see, why is it giving us this error? The object is not callable, so we're not able to grab this out of here. So actually, I think this will go inside of our for loop now that I'm looking at it, and we're actually going to need to create an empty list for our URLs. And so we can take that href and we can say the href equals the tag, and we're going to get the tag href like this. And let's actually see, this is going to be not the href, this is going to be our anchor tag. So we're going to grab all the anchor tags, and then we're going to loop through all of the tags. Our open list right here is empty, and we're going to end up putting our hrefs into this empty list right here. So let's go ahead and see if we can figure out how to get this in here, and we can just say if href is not none and href does not equal the empty string, just in case we get some empty hrefs, then we want to do something with this, and we want to append this to our URL list right here. So your URL list dot append, and we're going to append the href variable, which is going to loop through right here. So let's see if we can actually print this at this point, and let's print our URL list and see, since that is inside of the for loop, it's going to print a bunch of times. So we'll just move it back and see if this runs, or if we get an error. We have an error because we need our semicolon. So let's go ahead and run this, and we get an error on line 37. This is supposed to be an input, not an integer. So now let's try this again. What URL would we like to scrape? We'll just say HTTPS, and we're going to use www.yahoo.com.
And I'm going to actually copy this and we'll paste it in here and comment it out so we don't have to keep retyping it. We'll hit enter, and the keyword we want to find is Yahoo. And it does in fact make a list here for us. So we know our code is working to this point. And now we need to get this out of a list and we want to put it into a text file. We want to get rid of the brackets. We want to get rid of the quotes, and we want to get rid of the comma. So we have a little bit more here to do before this is finished. So at this point, it really is pretty simple. All we have to do is call our function. We're going to pass in our URL, our keyword, which at this point, we're actually not doing anything with our keyword. So I bet that if we just scroll over a little ways, we're going to find URLs that don't have Yahoo in them. So let's go ahead and walk through this code. Up to this point, we have our URLs. This is going to filter out any duplicates. As you see down here, we actually do have a duplicate, and that is because we have not called this visited URLs yet to delete our duplicates, but we are in fact going to get there. So this will delete our duplicates. We pass in our URL. We're using our requests up here. So we're getting the response from the request of the URL that we pass in, which is yahoo.com. So it's getting a 200 for the response. And if it gets a 200 for the response, it's going to come down here and run this code. If the URL fails, it's going to give us a print of the URL was failing. So let's actually try that. Let's give it a bad URL. So let's just do something like that and something like that, and see what happens. It's actually going to go out and try to scrape this, and it's not going to find anything. So apparently our accept clause, we can just go ahead and type in pass, because that is not doing anything for us. So it's not actually going to print any bad code for us, which is okay. What we could do is in here inside of our if statement, you could put a time delay and say if there's no response within 5 seconds, then close the program. And maybe we'll go ahead and do that at the end and fix that up. Now our response is having a problem. Add a global statement. So we'll just go ahead and put that back so that way we don't got to mess with that because it was working. Let's see. So we have our return statement. If we hit a problem, we'll add in an if statement later on for the time delay. We have our if the response is a 200, which it means our yahoo.com actually gives back a 200. There's actually a page. Then we're going to use our soup variable, and we're going to use our beautiful soup, and we're going to use the request, which we made, which is going to have the content of the request, and we're going to parse it with an HTML parser. We create our tag right here, our anchor tag. We want all the anchor tags off of yahoo.com. So if we just come over here and we type in yahoo.com and then we view the page source, we want to grab all of the anchor tags. So if we just hit command find, we should be able to start going through. So right here, it shows an anchor tag right over here. If I can scroll over just a tiny bit, which I was unable to. Anyway, it's going to have the anchor tag. So like right here is an anchor tag, and we can skip around and find right here's an anchor tag. So it's going to go through Yahoo, this main page, and grab all of the anchor tags for us and spit out all of the domains down here at the bottom for us like we saw. So we have our list of URLs, and it's going to go through each tag. So for every T, you can name this whatever you want, this variable. So for each tag in our anchor tag that we are pulling down right here, we're going to grab the href. So our href is going to be inside of the tag, and we're going to grab that. And then if the href is not equal to an empty string, or it's none, or any other issues that we're going to have, our URL is going to append our href to our empty list. So that's where we are so far. I hope that made sense, makes sense to me. And yeah, and so let's keep on writing our code. So now we are going to need another for loop. And so we can come up here, we can comment out this because we know our code works up to that point. So now we're going to loop through our URLs that we just created right here. So we have this list of URLs. We want to scrape out all of the duplicates. So let's go ahead and delete the duplicates and get just those URLs that are actually beneficial to us. And then let's also make sure they're in scope by adding in our keyword, which I don't know why I have that right there. So we're going to add in this keyword into this for loop right here. So what we'll do is we'll say for the URL, and that's really not a good name for this because we're using URL up here and down here. So we'll just call this we'll just do for I. We'll just call it a generic for loop. So for I in URLs, we're going to do something, and we're going to say if I is not in the visited URLs, we'll just go ahead and make this URLs too, so that way you guys can actually understand it. For me, it makes sense to use I, but if you're new, maybe using I is not the best way. So for URLs too, so if there's a URL in here, if this URL is not in the visited URLs, then we want to add this to a list. So we'll say visited URLs, and we want to add visited URLs dot add, and then we want to add it to the URL. And then if it's not, we're going to join it. So what we have right here is it's going to go through this URL set. If it's a new URL, firstly, if it is a new URL that has not been visited, it's going to actually go out and open up that link. So if the program has not visited that specific URL within the page, our crawling program is going to open up that URL, and it's going to recursively look for different links that we have not yet found. So it's going to scrape yahoo.com, and if there are any links such as this link right here, it will click on this link, and then it's going to go in here, it will view page source, and then now it's going to go through all of this code as well and look for any links. And let's say there is a link inside of here. Let's see if we can find one right here. It'll click this link, and then it's going to hit command inspect. It's going to right click and inspect. Actually, we'll use view page source because it shows up better. It's going to view page source, and it's going to scrape through all of the hrefs in this page. And if there's an href in this page right here, it's going to click on it like this one right here, and then it's going to view page source, and it's going to pull through all the links, and you're going to start to see that you're going to have a gazillion links come back as potential subdomains or domains for you to look at that are related to yahoo.com. So it's going to recursively just continue to open up links, and that's what we're setting up right here. So if it has not been visited, it's going to visit it. If there's a link, our program is going to click on it, and it is going to open it up, and then it's going to search for our keyword, which is going to be Yahoo. And if Yahoo's in it, it's going to give it to you as a potential attack site that you would personally need to go and check to make sure it's in scope. So that's what this is doing right here. It's taking these visited URLs, and it's seeing if it has been visited or it has not been visited. So that's visited. And now we can come down here and we can just say, we'll call this URL underscore join, and it's going to equal the URL join, and I am getting this from the lib parser that we imported. So we're going to use URL join, and we're going to join the URL with the URL. And you can just go ahead, if yours was red like mine, you can highlight it and click import. I think it'll automatically update up here. It will right here, import URL join. I was hoping that importing all would solve that problem, but it did not. So you might have to hold your mouse over it and use that. So this URL join right here is a function from the URL lib parser that we imported up there, and it's going to construct an absolute URL. So if our URL is used, it's going to take the relative URL, and it is going to use the same base URL, and it is going to join them together to construct a URL for us that it's going to go out and visit. So the reason we are using URL join is to ensure that the URL that we are giving it is an absolute URL, and it is including the HTTPS. So we're not going to be able to use a URL by saying just yahoo.com. It's going to take HTTPS or HTTP, and then it will take the dot / and then www.yahoo.com. So we're using an absolute URL. We're not using any URLs that are going to be just yahoo.com or anything like that. It's going to have to be a full absolute URL. And now we're going to check for the keyword. So if the keyword that we are passing through up here, or we entered in down here, is inside the URL, then we're going to actually print that because that's what we want. So if that's in the what do we call that? URL.join. Then we want to print that. So we'll print the URL that has been joined. So now what we want to do is actually come down here and call our function again. So if we grab new URLs, we want to go to those pages and scrape them. So we'll just type in spider.urls and we can just say right here spider.urls, and we're going to pass through that new URL that we just created. So that URL that we joined, and we're going to send through our keyword. So now this should pretty much complete our code. It's going to take the keyword, and if it's in this URL, this that we just pulled down right here, this absolute URL, it's going to print the URL so we get it down here, and then it's going to recall our function, and it's going to repass in new parameters, which will actually be our same keyword and the new URL that we pass down. So this is going to recursively search through all of yahoo.com and grab all of the domains. So now we can just give an else statement because we got this if statement, and we can come back because we need to line up with this if statement, and we're just going to say else, and we want to pass. So let's go ahead and give this a try. I think it'll work. It might not. We might have to do some debugging. So let's go ahead and run this. We're going to use yahoo.com, and I accidentally highlighted the comment, so we'll copy that so we have it, and we're going to use yahoo.com, and let's see, it is now printing out the pages, but we're getting a bunch of duplicates, which means we have a problem in our code. So I'm going to debug it and I'll bring you back. All right, so I see our issue. We have, this is why you need to be able to read through your code. We're passing in this URLs to right here because I was getting too involved in naming this variable so you guys would understand it. And it turns out I'm passing through the exact same URL every time, because up here we are passing in our urls.append, the href, so that way we have this list up here. Remember, we printed and it was working for us, but I passed in URL instead of URLs. I was passing in the exact same URL we have up here over and over and over, which is why that was printing over and over and over. So now we pass in our URLs list, and we'll give this another try. We'll go ahead and copy this just to make sure that I have it on my clipboard. Paste, enter Yahoo as our keyword, and run this. And that apparently was not the bug. Let's keep on looking. Okay, I think I got it working this time. So what was happening was we were passing in right here URL and URL. So if we delete this, we're passing through URL, which was just getting this URL from our response and passing it through 2 times. But what we need to pass through is this URL right here. So we can copy this, and we can paste this in here. Now cross our fingers, run our program, copy yahoo.com, and hope that we get all different domains or targets for us to attack here. We want anything that has Yahoo in the URL, and there we go. So now it's just going to run recursively. It's going to click this page and grab all the URLs off it. It's going to go through, and this is probably going to run for a really long time, and it is going to give you a bazillion targets that you can check out. And now we're going to create a second tool that is going to take all of these URLs right here. I'm actually going to quit running this, so I stop making requests to yahoo.com. And now we're going to create a new program that's going to take all of these URLs right here, and it's going to go out and test to see if they're live. Like if we click this, is it going to open up a new page? This one does. And so it's going to see if all of these pages are live, or if it's possible that we click on one and it gives us a 500. Well, that one doesn't, but it is going to be similar to HTTP probe, which is where I got the idea for this. So let's go ahead and create this probing tool. Before we start creating our new project, what I want you to do is just grab some of these URLs from down here, and we'll just highlight a few and copy them. Then come over to a terminal, open a new tab. I'm going to CD to my desktop, and then I'm going to gedit a file, and I will just call this urls.txt,
and I'm going to paste those URLs in that we just grabbed for our new tool that we're going to create, which is going to probe all of the different URLs that we grabbed to make sure that they're live and they're valid targets for us to go out and check. So that will save us a ton of time. Instead of just opening these one at a time, our new program will open all of them up and probe them to see if they are alive. If it gets a response back, then it will put those into an out file for us. So we can create a new project. So I'm going to go new project, and we will call this one probe. So we'll just call it probe.py, and we'll actually open it in a new window just in case we need to come back over here and do something with those. So we'll open up this new PyCharm editor. I'm going to adjust its size, and we'll adjust this over, shut that off, and we'll delete all of this. So we are going to see something new in this project, but for the most part, this is going to be a pretty simple project to do. So we have seen in the past, we're going to import the sys because we're going to have to run system commands, and we're going to import requests as we have previously. So we'll import requests, and maybe we need to reinstall it again. So we now have requests and system. So the first thing we're going to do, as always, is we're going to make a function, and we'll just call it URLs, and then we are going to pass through a file that we're going to cat out. So we're going to cat out this file. So if we were over here, we'd type in cat urls.txt. That lists them, but we're going to cat them out, and we're going to pipe them over to our probe.py like this. So we're going to cat them out, and it's going to go over to the probe.py, and then that will run our program for us. So we're going to take this out file over here. So we're going to pass that in as a parameter, and we're going to call the out file just like this and close that off. Type in pass as we come down here and take in our output. So we will say that we want to take our out file just like this, and it's going to equal the filtered out URLs. So basically what we're wanting to filter out. So we'll just call this filtered urls.txt, which is the file we're going to cat into it. And then we want to call our function. Then we'll want to call our function, which is going to be URLs, and we're going to pass in the out file. So now we can come back up and start writing our code. So the first thing we want to do is read the URLs. So we're going to just take our URLs that we are going to create. So we'll call this URL2 because this is going to be a new variable. And it's going to take the system, and we're going to std in, which means we're going to read the line. So we're going to say read, and we want to also split the lines. So each line is going to be split, and we want to split lines like that, not just split. And we're going to use that here in just a second. And we're going to need two lists. We're going to need the URLs that resolve and those that don't. So we'll type in res URLs, and that's going to equal an empty list. And then we're going to make another list, and it's going to be bad URLs, and it's going to be an empty list as well. So now we can pass in the good URLs and the bad URLs from the file that we will be probing. So now we're going to start our for loop. So we're going to say for URL in the URL we want to try and do something. So we're going to say try, and we're going to send the response, which is going to be a new variable, which is going to go out and try to request out to the URL. So we're going to type in a request. So we want to make a request to the URL inside of our for loop that is coming through in our URLs. And we want to do something with this. So if the response is a 200, then we want to say this is a valid URL, or if it is a 301, or maybe there's something else you would like to see, maybe you want to see like a 500. Basically, we're just going to be reading the response, and if the response is something we want, then we're going to put it into the URLs we need to look at. So instead of calling this responsive URLs, you could just put like ones you want to look at. You could name this something like good URLs or juicy URLs or something like that. But for now, we'll just leave it as good URLs. So we have these good URLs and the bad URLs, and they're going to be whatever we want them to be. So we're going to just, for the sake of this program, we'll just leave it as a 200. So we'll say if response.status code equals 200, then we want to do something, and we're going to add this to our good URLs. We'll say good URLs dot append, and we're going to append the URL that is being passed through in our for loop. And if this doesn't work, we're going to give an except, and then this is basically going to be everything else. We'll say requests dot exceptions and missing schema. So this will be all the rest of the requests, and we're going to send that over to the bad URLs dot append, and we're going to append the URL. So now we have two lists, and even if this hits right here, the accept, we want to continue. Normally we would type in like a return, and that will stop the code, but right now we don't want to stop our code. We want to continue on reading our code because we want it to print into an out file. And the easiest way to print to an out file is by opening a new file. It's automatically going to create one. I know we haven't covered this just yet because as penetration testers or ethical hackers or bug bounty hunters, we're not going to be using data analysis tools such as pandas, which is going to use with open a lot. But if we want to create a file, or we're trying to read a file and we're going to be reading in these lines instead of catting them out into the specific program we want to run, what you would do is you would type in with open, and then we're going to type the file that we want to open, and we can just call it our out file right here. You see we have our out file, and we're going to make it write because we want to write into the file, and to write we use a W. If we were to read, like if this was a file we were wanting to read, we'd put an R, but we want to write to the file, and we're going to say as file, and then we want file.write, and we want it to write each time onto a new line, and then we want it to join these together. So we're going to say join, and we want it to join the good URLs, and that looks right. I hope it runs and we don't have any problems. And then we want to just test our code, and we'll say print, and we'll make this an F string, and we'll print that the URLs are being saved. So we'll put saved URLs, and we are going to make these in curly braces, and we will call this our out file. So they're being saved to the out file. And now we need to do an if statement, and we'll say if invalid URLs. Actually, we don't really need to do anything with the invalid URLs. Let's give this a try. And we're going to open up a terminal because we're going to need a terminal. I'm actually going to just drag over that file that we saved and put it into this directory so I can just cat it out straight over here, and we have our urls.txt. I'm going to drag this into the probe.py. We'll refactor the code. Now if we ls, it should be in here, and there it is. So now we can cat the urls.txt, and we're going to pipe it over to our main.py. We'll call Python 3, and then we want our main.py. So let's see if this runs for us and what happens. It created for us a filtered.txt right here, and here it is. So these would be the valid URLs. Let's go ahead and like delete a few of these and make sure that it is really working. So we'll make sure we get some invalid URLs. So on our valid URLs, actually we're gonna have to copy this because I did that in the filtered one. So we have 18, so it did work. We have 18 URLs right here, 17 URLs. On our filtered text this time, it should output less than 17 if the probing tool is working properly. So we should be able to just cat these URLs. We'll let this run, and it will rewrite this filtered URLs right here once it has finished running, and it should have less than 17 because we went ahead and messed up a few of these URLs. And we'll check this file and see what it puts out. So it tells us there was an error because those did not resolve. And I actually already went ahead and ran this and got this connection error. And the best thing you can do right here is go, we have this connection error, and you can copy paste and put this into Google, which is exactly what I did. And it brought me to the documentation, and we have this request exception, and actually it's right here. So we have the connection error and the connection error, and what can we do with this correction error? And after doing some reading, I found that we need to run another except. So we can come back here and we can just type in an except, And this time we want to do the exact same thing we did up here. And instead of missing schema, we're going to run requests, and we're going to run the exception dot, and let's see if we get it in here. We want connection error. So I'm not seeing it, so we'll just type in connection, and it needs a capital C. Connection error right there, that top one. And now we can just do the same thing we did before, and we'll just say bad URLs dot append, and we'll append the URL. And I'm not sure why I have so many curly braces in here. And now we will just type in continue. Now if we run this, hopefully it will work for us and we will no longer be getting this error. So even if we come over to our URLs and let's say there's some like typos and there's no way it's a real page, then it should just handle this error and just pass over it, and we shouldn't get these errors anymore. And since there's 21 of these, and I know for sure like this one right here has a typo, it should have a .com. It's going to run this anyway, and it's going to give us the valid ones that were responsive, and we have 16 responsive URLs out of the 21 that we gave. So if we were doing like a live penetration test or we were bug bounty hunting, we would have wasted our time visiting 4 of these because they would not have resolved. And this tool right here will make sure that all of the URLs resolve for us. So here is the code for that. And now we have this done. This should work for us every single time. And you can rerun it and you don't have to worry about filtering out this filtered URLs.txt because it will just rewrite over this file right here every time we run it, because it's going to open this out file, which is down here, and then it's going to write and it's going to write to the file. So that should overwrite it every single time for us. Okay, so the setup for Selenium is going to take a little while, and I don't want you just to close out and think this is too hard. I want to show you how cool this tool really is. So if you follow along with this video, in the end you're going to have a program that, and you're going to understand all of this code, and then you're going to have a program that goes out to GitHub for you and goes through the repos, opens all the pages, goes through all the links, and pulls out if there's any passwords or not stored in the code on the GitHub page. And so it will look like this when you run it. And it automatically went through all of those links on GitHub. It pulled down this page right here. It says a password was found at this link. And so if we click on this link, it'll take us to this page right here, and we can look at this and we can go to the raw and we can type in password, and right here it tells us it has found password, and the password is admin, and it found this on this GitHub page. So that is where we're going. And if this tool looks like something you would like to add into your bug bounty or penetration testing arsenal, then you can stick around and go through and make this tool with me. We start with our program and using Selenium. There's a few things that you have to do, and I'm going to walk you through installing this both on Mac and Windows. You will need your PyCharm editor that we used in the first Python for Ethical Hackers. And now you are going to need Google Chrome installed, and so I'll have this link down in the description. If you don't have Google Chrome, it is best if you use it. You can also do it with Firefox, but it's really easy if you just download Google Chrome and follow along with me. And we're going to also need to install the Chrome web driver. So what you will need to do is download the version of the Chrome driver that matches your Google Chrome installation. In order to find out what version of Chrome you are running, you will come up here, click the 3 dots, you will go down to help, and you'll click about Google Chrome. And then I am running this version right here. In order for me to update my Google Chrome, if it doesn't match any of these over here, then I would just have to close out of Chrome completely. You just go and close the app and it will automatically update. And I am running this version right here, 101.0, and I would come back over here and I would say 101.0. For me, it would be this one. I would click this and then it will bring you to this page. It looks exactly like this, and it will tell you what version of software you're running, and you will click that version. So if you're running Windows as your operating software, you click Windows, Mac, or Linux. For Mac, I use this one right here. And when you install it, remember where you put it, because we are going to need to know the complete file path in order to reach the Chrome driver. I have mine stored right here in a folder on my desktop. So if I if I open this up, I have my Chrome driver right here, and I will need to know where this is. We will need to know the entire path, and you can do this. You can see the full path by right clicking and going to get info, and then it will tell us where the full path is at right here, because it tells us where, and then we say Mac, user, Ryan, desktop. The folder is developer, and then we hit the Chrome driver. So you'll need to go ahead and install Google Chrome and then install the Chrome driver, and we will continue walking through how to finish setting up Selenium when you have finished doing that. After you have downloaded the zip, go ahead and unzip it, and it will automatically unzip into your downloads, and then you can drag it into a different folder like I have. I've just made one called developer, and you can go ahead and drag yours out of your downloads, or you can leave it in your downloads if you choose. The only reason I move it out of my downloads is because sometimes I go and delete everything out of my downloads folder, and I don't want to delete this if I am using it. For the Mac users, after you've downloaded this and you have moved it into your location where you would like to keep it, for me, I'm going to just go like this. I will open back up this folder. I'm going to show you what we did earlier. Just go to get info. You can now copy this as your full path, and then we can say our Chrome driver, so we'll go CDP for our path, and then you can paste it in here just like this. And I believe we need to go / Chrome driver, so we'll go / Chrome driver, and this entire thing will need to be inside quotations. Now I'm going to cover the installation of Selenium for Windows users. Okay, for our Windows users, what we're going to do now is click Chrome driver Win32, and it will download. We will open up where this is. It's going to say how do you want to open this file? We'll just go ahead and open it. It says we now have this Chrome driver, and it tells us that this is an application. If you don't have any place in particular you want to store it, go ahead and put it in your C drive. But before we do that, we'll just open this up. We will make a new folder and do the same thing we did on the Mac, and we will say developer, and we'll just leave this here, and we can go back to our downloads where we grabbed this folder and we extracted our Chrome driver, and we're going to put this into the developer. Now the reason I had you do that is because when you look at the location of where this is stored, it is really simple to get to. It tells us that it is in C/developer. We can copy this. We will put it inside of a string, and then we will put /, and now we will do the same thing we did on the Mac, and we will say the Chrome driver path, and now we have that stored as a variable. Sorry to my Windows friends, I forgot to mention that when you run this Chrome driver, you will need the .exe in order to get the executable to run, and pretty much everything from this point on is going to be the same as I run it on my Mac. If you have any problems, please let me know in the comments, and I will try to help you out. Okay, we are ready to install Selenium. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to import Selenium just like this, and because I have done it before and I have already installed it on my Mac, this is here and ready for me. But what you may need to do is it will have a red squiggly line, and it'll pop up a window like this, and you're going to click install or import. I can't remember which it is, but I think it's install, and you'll click install, and it will take just a second to go ahead and install that. And then what you're going to want to do is type in from Selenium, and then we're going to import the web driver. Now that you have installed Selenium and typed in from Selenium import web driver, we're going to initialize our web driver, and we're going to type in driver equals webdriver.chrome because that's the browser we're using. There are other browsers if you've chosen to go that path. And now we're going to type in our executable path. And the reason this is yellow is because this has to be capitalized like this. and we're going to type in executable path, which I believe is actually deprecated, and I have not gone back and read the documentation for the new way to run this without the executable path, but we're going to type in CDP. It's just going to give us a error when we run this, or it's just going to give us a warning saying that this version is deprecated for running the web driver, but that's okay. We will get our program to run without it. It just means that they are not updating the executable path like this anymore. And now what we're going to do is type in driver.get, and we're going to type in something like www.google.com. And then once this is done, we're going to want our driver to close the window. So you can type in driver.close, but I don't like to use driver.close personally because it just closes the window, but we will be still running the Chrome down here in our browser. I want it to quit. I want it to close that window all the way out to save on my memory space on my Mac. So we're going to type driver.quit just like this. And if you run this like I will and you are on a Windows, it's automatically going to run for us. It should open without any warnings and give us google.com, and then it will close this page for us. All right, the reason this is giving this error is because we need to type in https://google.com. Now when we run this, it should open up Google for us and close the file. So that is how we run it. But if you're on a Mac, if you're on Windows, that worked for you and you didn't get any problems. If you're on a Mac and this is the first time you've ever ran Selenium, you're going to get a little error that pops up with a window, and it's going to say move to trash or cancel or close. You're going to click cancel or close. Out of your two options, you're going to come up here, you're going to go system preferences, you're going to go security and privacy, and right here it will say that you tried to run a Chrome extension and it was blocked. You will click allow. If you're not allowed to click allow, you can unlock it by clicking this and typing in your password to unlock your Mac, and then click allow, and then you can relock it. Then when you close out of this and you rerun it, it will give you the option to open anyway, and you'll have a new pop-up, and you will just click open and it will begin running and working for you just like this on your Mac. Now it is time to begin some of our web scraping. Okay, so we are at our screen and it looks like this. I've decided to go ahead and show you how to get rid of this deprecating warning. So when we run our program and it runs this right here telling us that the executable path has been deprecated, just in case they stop using this in the future, I want to go ahead and show you the way to get rid of this. I'm going to use running the executable path because I believe that it is faster, and I might be wrong, and that's okay. And you can run Selenium however you choose. You can run it the deprecated way or the current version. I think they're at version 4 if you choose. But we'll have to import a few more services from Selenium. So we'll go from selenium.webdriver.chrome.service import, and then we're going to import service, and then we're going to need to import the Chrome driver manager. So we're going to go WebDriver manager.chrome, and we're going to import Chrome drive manager just like this. Now I'm going to comment this out because I'm going to use it as we go through, but you can delete this if you want to use the non-deprecated version. And I think you're still going to get these red inputs down here, or these red warnings that's going to tell you like it's installing the newest version of the WebDriver every single time you run it, but that's okay. And we're going to type in s equals, and then we're going to type in our service, and then we're going to run our Chrome driver manager, and we're going to call this, and then we will call the install function. And the reason we're going to do this is because every time you run this service, it is going to check to see what version of Chrome you are running. So we'll just comment this out so we're not getting this warning. And this dot needs to go, I did this wrong, we'll go like this. All right, it is not wanting to work for me, so we'll close it off manually, and then we're going to hit dot install. Right here, we're going to call this method, and then we have to close off this whole line here. And now we're going to turn this over to our driver, and it's going to equal the WebDriver.Chrome, and then we're going to use the service, and it's going to equal S, just like this. Now, if we uncomment our driver down here, we'll have no errors, and when we run this, it will now work for us. And it's going to tell us we're using, this is the version of Google Chrome that we're using. If you remember, we checked our version earlier and then we installed the Chrome driver, and it tells us we have the Chrome driver that matches our version and it is found in cache. So it now works. This is the non-deprecated way to run this tool. I decided to go ahead and show this to you, like I said, just in case the way right here, the deprecated version to get to the Chrome driver is no longer supported in the future. All right, I have gone ahead and commented out this code, and I'm going to use the Chrome driver that is on my computer that we already installed. There's one more thing we're going to need to import in order to not get any deprecation errors, and that is the by. We're going to import by. So we're going to type in from selenium.webdriver.chrome, or sorry, not Chrome, .common, and then we're going to use by, and then we're going to import, and then by like this, if I can get back there, like this. And this is another update with Selenium. The way I originally learned Selenium, we didn't have to use this, but they have updated it again, so we will need to use this by module here. So what we're going to do is open up Amazon, and I'm going to show you how this scrapes. If you've ever wondered why you have to answer questions to make sure you're not a robot, you are going to find out in this course. So if we come over to a web browser and we type in Amazon, and we go to Amazon, and let's say we want to buy a new drill bit. So we just say we want a drill set. Okay, we're getting a drill set, not a drill bit. And we click on this drill, and we really want this drill, but we don't want to pay $43 for it. We want to pay $38 for it. We can actually set up our web driver to go out and check this price for us. So what we would do is we would inspect this, and we can look for the class right here, and it's going to tell us that it's 43. So you could set this up. Let's say instead of 43.99, we don't really care about the 99 cents, and we just want it to be less than 38. So 37.99 would work. We could use this span, but for the sake of getting the 99 involved, we will use this one right here for our project. So we'll go ahead, click on this, and we're going to use this class right here. And we're going to grab a class out of these right here, and we want to grab one that looks really unique, that isn't going to be used anywhere else. This class looks really unique to me, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and then we'll come back over to our Chrome driver. And underneath of our google.com, we're going to type in price equals, and then we want the driver to scan through all of this source right here, the HTML, and we're going to tell it we want to find an element, and we want an element by a class name. So we want to make sure we don't have elements by class name. We want a single element by the class name. Later we're going to use the one with the S. And this is the deprecated version. I forgot. This is the version that I learned when I was using this. What we do here now is we delete all of that, and we delete that, and we come in here and we say by dot class name, and in here we're going to put that class name that we just copied, just like this. The next thing we need to do is update this HTTPS right here, and it needs to be this URL right here, so that way our Chrome driver opens up the right URL, scans through all the HTML. It's going to look for the class name that possesses this, and then we want it to print the price like this. So we'll say print, and then we want to print the price. So if we run this, how it is right now, I'll show you what our output is. It gives us this as our output, and this is not helpful. So what we need to do in order to grab the plain text is type in text. So now if we run it, it's going to print out for us our $43.99. And I'll show you what would be useful if we're really going to turn this into a web scraper for us. It really would be useful to get rid of this 99 and just use this right here. So you can see why it's printing the way it is. This span 43.99, and it's given it to us on different lines. So we should be able to copy, let's try this class right here. And this really is, when you're making these, going to be a lot of trial and error, as you're going to see in a little bit when we make our new dumpster diving ethical hacking tool and we try to automate some of our recon, where it's going to be a lot of trial and error. So we'll let this run and we get the $sign. That is not what we want. So we'll try this one and we will paste this in here. And now we can run it and see what comes back. And we grab just the 43. So now if we wanted this to run, say every 20 minutes to see if Amazon has updated their price and brought it down below $38, we're going to put all of this inside of a function that is going to get called every 20 minutes. And we're going to have to import a new module for this. And we're going to do that in the next section. All right, now that we have our web scraper working, let's say we wanted to go out and check the price every 5 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever we want it to be, and then let us print it into the console. What we would do in this case is put this into a while loop. And so what we can do is take this and we can say while on, and then we want the on to be true all the time. So we'll say on equals true, and this should be familiar to you if you have gone through the first part of our Python for hackers. And then we're going to need this inside of a function that gets called every 4 seconds or 30 minutes. And we'll need this inside of a function that gets called every so many minutes. In our case, I'm going to set it to only 5 seconds, so that way we don't have to wait very long. But in a real case scenario, you would make this run maybe once a day or every couple of hours to check the price. But for now, we're going to make a function and we're going to call it 5, we'll call it 5 seconds. We'll call our function, and then we will need all of this to be inside of our function. And now we need to call the function like this, and we will say 5 seconds, and then we are going to take this and we need this to sleep. So we'll say time.sleep, and you will need to import time up here if you have not already. And we're going to say sleep for 5 seconds. Now when we run this, it's going to take 5 seconds. It's going to launch our driver, go out, check the price, and print it down here in our console for us. And then once it gets done doing that, it's going to wait 5 more seconds, and then it is going to launch the browser again and check the price for us. And it will do this for all eternity because we are inside what's called an infinite loop. There's no way for this loop to end, and so it's just going to keep on going and printing for us the price until we stop the program. So this isn't really helpful for us in the world of hacking, so we're going to stop here. I just wanted you to get this concept down of using Selenium, setting up functions, using a while loop. If we were to use this completely for our daily use, we would have to make an if statement and say if the price is equal to or less than $38, then we would import another module and we would have it send us an email or a text message saying the price is ready for us to go and buy it. But we're not going to finish this out because it's not really going to be helpful for us in the world of hacking. So we'll move on to building our actual tool for hacking. I have cleaned out my text editor here just to get it down to the bare bones of what we are going to need as we build this tool. I have put this right here. This is the GitHub repo that we're going to be going through and dumpster diving for. Now this should work for any GitHub page if we program this right, but I made this GitHub page just for us to test against to make sure our tool is running. I didn't want to spam an actual GitHub account that is in use, so this is just a GitHub account that I made for the purpose of showing you how to build this tool. So what we're going to make in the end is a tool that when we run it, it runs what target would you like to run against. And so we're going to copy the URL of the GitHub page that we want to scan. And when we run it, it's going to go out to GitHub. It's going to click on the repo. It's going to click on the code. It's going to go to the raw, and then it is going to tell us a password was found inside this page. And so what you could do is just copy this or click on it, and it will take you to this GitHub page, and you can search for where this password was used. So we're going to make a very basic program just like this one, and I hid a lot of the code. It's down there. I didn't want you to get a head start. So as we make this tool, when we're done, it's going to be very basic, but I would challenge you to make it your own and add to it different files that you want it to search for, different keywords. Make it print the entire line where the password's found, so you don't actually have to go out to this page and check it. These are things that I've done with my tool that I've made just like this. And so I want to show you guys how to get started making this tool and then add on to it and make it your own. Okay, as we go through building this tool, there are a few things we're going to do at the beginning that I'm going to tell you to change at the end to make the entire tool work well for you. So what we're going to do at the beginning is we're just going to get rid of this right here because we want to put in our repo that we're going to be scanning against. And I'll leave that GitHub repo up unless it ends up getting taken down by GitHub because it is getting scraped over and over and over by people from all over. But until then, I'm going to just leave this GitHub page up for you guys. So we'll just put that inside of our GitHub page, and now we can comment this out and it should open up that page for us and then quit. And it did. So there it ran. And what we're going to do in the end is we will change this and we will make this an input, but we're going to cover that at the end when we get to that section. Now that we have it, so it'll open up this page for us, we want it to grab something for us by an element. And because usually there's a bunch of repositories in here, we're going to just use the repositories instead of getting the element by, let's say, the class name. Get the element, we're going to make it get elements by class name, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So we'll go in here and we will say we need this class titled repo. Okay, and this is what these will be titled as for us, and we have this anchor tag right here. So what we're going to do is we'll do the same thing we did in the last one. We're going to say that the repository, and we'll name this as, we'll call this our res for resources, and we're going to turn it into a variable, and it's going to get for us all the repos by the class name. So we'll say driver.find element, and then we want this to be an S. And the reason we want this to be an S is because we want to find all the elements and we're going to store them inside this variable. Now for this cause, there is only one right here, but this should work with many repos if you scan a GitHub page with many elements with the class name of repo. So we'll continue and type in by.className. We don't want a class, we want the class like this. Class name, and the class name is repo, just like this. Now if we run this, it will go and it will click this page and then it will close. So what I want to do is I'm going to add in time.sleep, and we'll make this 2 seconds so that we can see what's happening, and then we'll make another time.sleep right here so that you can see that it clicks onto the next page. So we'll run this. It's going to open, wait 2 seconds, and then it's going to open this repository right here and close. So now what we need to do is make a for loop so that way we can print the repos that are on this page. And in this case, there's only going to be one, but we're going to go ahead and make this for loop, and we'll say for I in all these listed resources, we want to print, and we want to print I. And what we would do here is we'd say print I.text because we want to see it in the text format, and then it will quit for us. I should have gotten rid of the sleep for us, and I see I spelled that wrong, and that's okay. I made that repository late at night, and it's all right that it isn't quite right. It's still a repository, and we can still scan against it. So it prints for us this repository right here. So now that we know, we can loop through all of the resources that have the element class name repo. We need to figure out how can we click on those, and there is a click function that we're going to use later, but right now I want us to go through and see how we can do this a different way. It's going to be a little more complicated, but it's always best to know there are multiple ways to do something, especially in the world of coding and in the world of hacking. All right, because we're not going to use the click function, we need to see what happens when we click on this link right here. Now, this is something in cybersecurity that you're going to need to always do. When you're testing a page, not that we're testing GitHub, but when you test a page, it's always good practice to click and see what happens, how to use the page to see what's going on. And what we're going to do is check out this URL. So this is the URL that we start out with, and since it just changes the repo name as into the new directory, what we're going to need to do is take this directory and put it into a new link and get our WebDriver to open this up. Since we know we can run this, and I'll go ahead and comment out these times sleep because we don't need those no more. Since we know we can run this and we can get it to scrape all of the repositories and then print them down here, now we can just save these into a list, and then we can loop through that list and get it to append that to our URL. This is a little more complicated than the click function, but it's helpful because we will need, so that way we can get it to open every single repository that we go through in the future when we go through a page that has a lot of repositories on it. So what we will end up doing is making a list, which you've seen in the past. And if you want, you can pause the video and see if you can figure out how to make a list on your own if you remember. And so I'm just going to name our list as links, and we're going to make it empty. And what we are going to do now is we're going to take this and we're going to say links dot append, which I don't think you've seen before, and we want to append I. So now if we take this and we move it over and we print, we need to append I.text, so that way we get it right, I.text. And now we print the links right here. We should get the repository to print from our list. So we'll run this and give it a test. And it says we have repository and we have the brackets, and it is inside the list. So what we will do now that we have this list is we're going to make another for loop, and we can comment this out because we don't need that to print every time. And in this for loop, we're going to name it for L for the links. Inside the links list, we're going to make a new variable, and we're going to call it next page. And this is when I tell you my variable naming becomes very poor because I'm not very creative. And we're going to make this an F string, and we're going to call the repo. And if you remember, and we're going to call the repo, but we need to first name it something. So we need this URL to be assigned to a variable. And so we'll just call this our repo. And at the end, we're going to change this because this is going to be an input, and we're going to make this a string, just like this. And now we have this repo right here, and we'll add a slash so that way we don't have to later. Actually, we'll delete the slash and we'll add it down here in our string, give us some practice with that. So we're going to take this repo, and because it's a variable, it needs to be in an F string with these curly braces, and we're going to add in our slash, and then we will add in another variable, which is going to be our L. So what would happen if we had a bunch of repos? This is going to go through all of the links, which we saved right here as our resources. It's going to get all the links. This for loop is going to run through all these links, and it's going to put them into our list that we have called links. And if you remember, this is where our repositories will be saved. Now we need to loop through there, and in this for loop, it's going to loop through our links, and it's going to give us a new URL. So what this URL will look like after it runs through this second for loop is it will look like this, and it will come out with our repository that I spelled wrong, and it's going to open up this page, and it will go and click this link for us. So this is the repo we want to attack. It will click this, and it will bring us to this page. So let's go ahead and try this. We're going to run this with a sleep command when we are ready. So what we need to do at this point is store our next page in a new link, and we'll just call this our final link. So we'll just call it flink, and we will save this into a list, and then we're going to append our new URL, remembering what this one right here is going to look like, because it's going and looping through a second time of this links, and it's making our new URL that we want to test, which is going to be this one right here. And we will tell this to append. So we're going to do flink.append, and we want to append the next page, and we're going to want it to append to the next page right here. So as we have this next page, if we print this, I'll show you what it looks like. So if we print this, we can say print, and then we're going to print the flink, and we'll just go ahead and pull this back here, and we will run this, and it'll show us what our new URL looks like. I accidentally left this slash. That's okay. The browser would have just deleted this second slash. So now if we run it again, it's going to spit out for us this new link. And if you copy this link or just click on it, it will take you, we'll just click on it, it'll take you to this page. And so that is how far we have gotten. So now we have moved with Selenium from this page to the next page, and where we're headed is inside this main.py, and then we're going to go into the raw. And then we want to know if in any of this there is a password or some kind of keyword. And so I'll just show you. If we type in command find and we type in pass, we'll see this password admin. We're going to make our program go through all of these words and all these lines inside this text and pull down the password for us. So that's where we're headed. But right now we got a few pages more we need to move. We are right now on this landing page right here. So we'll try and figure out how to make it open this page and then go into the raw and then search for the password. So we'll keep going in the next section. Okay, it is time to call our first function. So we can go ahead and comment out this print statement right here, and we can call our first function. And we're going to call it above our for loops, because we need our function to be called above where the function needs to be located above where we call the function. So we will call this function, we'll just call it a loop, because we're going to loop through all the links. So we will call it like this. We'll say loop, and then we're going to pass in the next page, because that's what we want to go searching through in this function. So this is red because we haven't declared our function, and we'll declare it up above, and we will say def, and we'll call it our loop, and then we're going to pass in a function. We'll actually just call it our next page, so that way we understand what's happening. Next page, and we have to add in our 2 dots there. And now what do we want to do now that we can get to the next page? Now there's a couple of things we need to do. The first thing is we need to open that new page. So we're going to type in driver.get, and then we want it to open that next page. So let's see what happens. We can come right here. We'll just not run the time function and have it sleep and see what happens. So we'll run this and see if it opens the page and we can see it, or it goes too quick. It went too quick. So we'll stop right here and we'll say time.sleep, and we'll sleep for 2 seconds. So that way we can see if it actually opened the next page, and it opens the next page and then it quits. So now that we know we're able to get to the next page, we need to be able to open this file right here and get to this raw button. So in order to do that, what I think would be best is to inspect this link and see if we can find what these links, we'll see what specific class these links all have in common, so that way we can run Selenium to pull all the links that would hold every single file within this repository. So we can inspect this and it will tell us this is the line. And so we'll just go ahead and click this first class and see if it works. So we'll just copy this, and now we'll need a new resource. So we'll just call it resource 2, because I'm terrible at naming variables, and if I had more time to think about it, I would probably come up with something better. But you can name it whatever makes sense to you. So if I made this tool and somebody else just saw it online, they wouldn't be able to understand what's going on because I suck at naming variables. But you can name your variables better than me, and so I'm gonna let you name your own variables, but I'm gonna name mine resource 2 because I suck at naming variables. So we're gonna go driver dot, and we're gonna do a find elements just like this one. And then we're going to say by class name. This should be getting familiar to you by now. And then the class name is the one we just copied. If this works, it should be able to print for us that. It should be able to print for us this class right here. We'll see. We can actually get it to print main.py. So what we'll do is we'll print, and then we'll print the resource2.text. Okay, apparently we don't need .text. We'll just print resource2 and see what happens. And that has run, and it does need resource2.text. And the reason that this is not working is because we need it to loop through this resource that could be holding this variable that could be holding multiple links within it. So like we did down here, we will need to go for, and we can call this I if we want, but I'm going to change it so that way you don't get confused by all these different variables in our for loops. We'll call it for a in resource2, and then we're going to print resource2.text. We're going to print, instead of resource2.text, we're going to print a.text, so that way we can make sure it is printing for us the main.py, so that way we can tell it to click on main.py. So we can. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a comparison inside of an if statement. We're going to comment this out, and instead of getting this little error right here, we're going to type in pass, so that way it will ignore the error for us. And we're going to say if the letters together is pi are in a.text, then we want to do something. We're going to say print it worked, pi is in the text. So now if we run this right here, oh, I see an error. We're going to get a problem. It says it worked right here, but the reason we get this right here is it says this is a local variable inside of this segment. So this is really not good practice. If you were working for a company as a programmer, you wouldn't do this, but we're not looking to work in a company as programmers. We're looking to use programming for hacking. And so what we're going to do is we're going to make this a global variable. We're going to say A is now a global variable and can be accessed anywhere, and it gets rid of this for us. The reason you wouldn't want to make this global, let's say we made this for loop with the I and we said it's a global. Now this I variable, everywhere we used it, is going to be everywhere in our code. So we cannot use the variable A anywhere else outside of this because we have made it a global variable. And that is really not good programming practice, but for the sake of our tool, it doesn't really matter. So we're going to use it. We'll run this and it should work for us. And it says it worked. Pi is in the text. What we'll do is we can do the same thing we did before, and we can click on this main.py and look at our URL so that the way we know how to structure it. And then after this time, I promise we'll use the click function, or the click method actually, and it'll make it much easier for us. So the way we would go about this, we'll delete this, is going to be similar. If you want, you can try and do something like this and get the next page based off of this URL that we see right here. So if you want to take this challenge, you can go ahead and do this now. And for everyone else, I'll walk you through it now. We'll call this, we'll just call it second page because I'm so good at naming variables. And then we're going to make this an F string just like we did down here. And we're going to add all this together to get that new URL. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to say repo. And let's see, what did we name this one down here? We named it, we'll just call it repo because we have the repo up here. We'll just copy this. Actually, we'll just leave this. So we'll just use the repo how it is. And then we'll just add in this right here. And we can copy that and paste it in, and then we'll add our slash for the new page that we're going to want to go to, and we'll add this variable in right here, a.text. So we'll say a.text, and now if we print second page, we should get a URL printed that looks exactly like this. And the reason we did it this way is because we're going to be looping through in this for loop all of the links, and we need these links right here. So if there was, let's say we had a main.py, and then we had a CSS, a main.css, and then we had a index.js, and then we had index.html, or we had file.php, and there was a whole bunch of files inside this program, we would want to loop through all of these files for us. So what we're going to do is set it up this way so you can add to it. So as an example would be like if JS was in a.txt, then it would do the JS instead of py for us. So that's actually a challenge for you. I'll show you how to add those on, and then I'll let you complete the tool as you see fit. So what we're going to do for now is we're just going to print this second page, and it's going to open it, and it's going to tell us right here. And we can even add in a time.sleep so that way you can see that it has worked. So it did print for us right here. Okay, so I just noticed if you click this page, it takes us to a page not found. And when you compare the two URLs, we're missing this repository right here. So what we will need to do is add in an extra repository. And let's actually see if we can just grab this next page right here. So we're looping through what would be considered the next page. Where's our links at? Okay, so we'll see if we can loop through the next page right here. So we'll add in, instead of repo, we need it to have that repository on it. So we can say next page, which is getting passed through our function. And now let's print it and see if this works for us. It's paused, and we have the repository, and if we click on it, it brings us to the next page that we want. And if we were going to add on to this program, let's say, like I was showing you, if there's a JS inside the file, so like if this is a JavaScript file instead of Python, or maybe we want to check for JavaScript and Python, and maybe later we want to add PHP, we can do that. And so we can say a.text, and then we can say right here, we need to close this off, and then we could say this exact same thing, and then we would print whatever it is that we want to test for. So we would say we're going to go to a new page. If a JavaScript is found, then we're going to do this, and then we can we would turn this into an elif, and it would say, okay, there's no JavaScript file. So because there's no JavaScript file, we're going to check for a Python file. And so we'll go ahead and run this, make sure we have no errors, and it's going to pass this JavaScript file, and it's going to go straight into the Python file for us. So we run this, and it passes this right here, and then it closes and it pulls down the main.py. So what you would do if you wanted to make this a comprehensive tool, you would say if there's PHP, if there's JavaScript, if there's a JSON, and any other kind of file that you might want to check for sensitive data. But because the repo we're working with to build this tool doesn't have any of that, I'm going to just leave it with Python, and I'm going to challenge you to make the if statements and the elif statements and the else statements all on your own, and maybe you can go look at repos and see what you want the program to open up to look for passwords. Now that we know that works, we're going to comment out this sleep function because we don't need it. We also don't need it to print the second page. What we're going to do now is we're going to call a second function inside of this function. So it's kind of getting like the movie Inception. We have a function that we're calling inside of another function, but we're going to do this one in a much easier method. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to call this one function is going to be called going for raw, and I'll show you why I'm naming it that. Going for raw. This is going to be the best variable name I have ever come up with. And then we're going to pass in the second page, and then we'll make the function up here and we'll call it def, and we're going to call it going for raw. We'll call the function, we're going to pass in second page. This is actually going to be the third page. We might actually change this inside here, this parameter, in just a second. So what we are going to be doing is going for the raw. So now that we are able to get to this page, we want to click this button so that way we can get to this page. So in order to click this button, it is going to be so much easier than what we've been doing as we've been editing this right here, the URL, and adding to it. What we're going to do is just click the button. So we can inspect this right here and see, where is it? We'll inspect, see if it can pull it up for me. Okay, now that we have inspected it, and you can see when we hover over this right here, we can see this raw button. So now what we need to do is the same thing we've been doing, and we need to find a class and see if we can find a class that is used only with that button and get it to open up this raw so that way we land on this page right here. We're just going to copy that class name that I just showed you right here and see if that can open up this tab for us. So now under this function, what we're going to do is we're just going to say, we're going to type in raw equals, and then we're going to say driver dot find elements. Actually, this time instead of elements plural, we're going to do just one element, and we're going to say by dot class name, just like we have been. And then we will type in, we'll paste in our link right here. And now what we're going to do is something really simple. We're just going to say raw dot click, and it's going to click that button for us. And then what we'll do is we'll come over here, we'll click this. Okay, now that we're able to get to this page, we're going to tell it that we want the page source. We're going to want it to right click and say view page source, and then we're going to grab all of this inside of an F string and then see if we can find a password in it. And what that's going to look like is something like this. We want the HTML, and we're going to say driver dot page source. That way it grabs the page source for us, like I just showed you, as the same as right clicking it and view page source. We want it to grab that, and then we're going to put this into an F string, and we're just going to change the HTML. We'll just use that same variable, and we'll say HTML is going to be equal to this HTML inside of an F string because we want it to be converted into a string. So we'll say HTML. So now we have this in a string, and just to check it, we can say, and just to check this, we can say print, and then we want to print HTML. And now when we run this, it's going to print all of that page source for us into our console, and we want to make sure that it is in a string. We have an error. Let's see if we can find the error here. We need to use driver.get, and then we need to get the second page right here. So now if we run this, it should work. And it clicked the button and it printed all of this for us. And let's see if it printed. Here we have the tags for us. And now that we have this printed, and it's printed inside of the HTML, so we know we grabbed the entire page, we can close out of this. We don't need this print statement. What we're going to do now is really similar to what we did down here. We're going to say if the password is in HTML, we want it to print found password. So we'll say print found password. And now we can run this. And if it finds the word password inside of the HTML, it's going to print found password. And if we wanted to, we can turn this into an F string, and we can get it to print for us the actual URL where the password was found. And we can say something like this. We'll make this an F string and say we want to print second page. So it'll say found the password, and it'll print the page for us. And we could click on this second page and go to it. We're getting this error here because we need to put this inside of our string. So if we print this, now it'll tell us it found the password, and it'll give us the page to go to right here to check and see what is the context of this password. Now to finish off our tool, so that way we can scrape any page on GitHub that we want, remembering that we have to get to the page like this. We can go ahead and copy this, and we're going to make an input, and we're going to name our input scrape just like this, and we will say equals, and we're going to make this an input, and we're going to say what page would you like to scrape, just like this, question mark space. And now this scrape we're going to pass into our driver.get right here. So we will pass in scrape. We're going to have to make this an F string, and we'll say scrape, and then we'll highlight it and put it inside curly braces. And now when we run this, it should ask us for an input. What page would you like to scrape? And then we put in our page, making sure we remember the HTTPS. And now when we run this, it should run the page for us. And now you can run it against other repos, and it is a complete tool for you.
All right, we are going to be creating a packet sniffer. So you can go ahead and come up to File and New Project right here and create a new project. I have already done that. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this start text. And I'm going to start out by importing socket. And then we want to come down here and say from scapy.all import, and we want to import all, and we may have to install this. So you can just highlight, you can just hover over it and then come down to install package. And then while that is running, the code that I'm going to be using, I came over to sockets, and you have to understand a little bit of networking, and then you can come over to the sockets documentation and read through here. I'm going to try and explain the different types of socket functions that we're going to be using as we're writing the code, but it may help you to come over here and just read through it so you have a better grasp and understanding of everything that is happening. And you're going to need to make sure and watch that networking portion of the course, because you are going to need to understand some networking in order to create this packet sniffer. And we can start writing our code. So the first thing we want to do is create a packet sniffer. So we want to be able to capture all of the traffic on our device. So we can just call this our sniffer underscore socket, and it's going to equal the socket dot socket. And we need to call the socket function, and that's spelled wrong, so we need to call the socket class right here. And we're going to put a bunch of information in here to actually grab the socket. So we'll type this out, and then I'll explain what's going on. We'll say socket, and then dot AF underscore packet. And right here is what we want. And then we're going to comma it, and we'll hit comma, and then we'll type in socket. And this time we want dot sock like this with the raw data, and then we want to convert the raw data. So we're going to say socket dot ntoh, and we want s, and we're going to change the type to 3. So let me explain what is happening right here. So this part right here, the AF packet, it specifies the address of the family within the socket, and so it is being used to capture the packets at the link layer. So if you remember from the networking video, we have the link layer, and this is going to be capturing all the frames from the Ethernet
from the link layer within the Ethernet. So this is what the AF packet is doing. The socket right here, so this socket raw is going to be capturing all of the raw data on the lower layers of the protocol on the OSI model, so such as the IP. This is going to be grabbing that raw data, and this needs a space right here so it will stop squiggling at us. And this right here is the protocol right here. This is the protocol that is going to convert the numeric value from the network byte over into a host byte so that it will represent like the IP packets, and then we're going to need to convert that. So this is probably the most complicated section of this entire tool that we're going to have to read. And if you want to know more about what each one of these does, you can just highlight this and come over to the documentation, and you can hit Command Find and type it in. So right here it actually tells us what it's going to do. It's going to convert the 16-bit positive integers from the network to the host order on the machine, where the host byte order is the same as the network byte order. So you can read through each one of these. If you don't understand, you can come back to our program and you can just copy and then come back over here into the documentation and read what it is actually going to be doing. So now what we need to do is bind the interface. So this is pretty simple. If you're on a VPN, you'll need to make sure to change this. But for us, we're going to type in, we're going to make a variable, and we're going to call it the interface, just like this. And we will pass through the etho0 because that is the interface we want to be using. And now we want to use our variable up here that we created to capture all of this data. And we're going to type in sniffer socket dot bind, and we want to bind to the interface that we just created and 0, just like this. And now we need to try something. So if there is some kind of information being passed through, we want to try to capture it. So we're going to say try and while for our while loop. So this runs all the time. So while true, at least until we close the program, we're going to say while the raw data, we want to have the address, and we want to sniff the socket, and we want to receive from all ports. This is going to be really important. So we want to receive from right here. We want to receive from all 65,535 ports. If you are wanting to receive from just a specific port, you can put like port 80 in here, but we're going to put all ports right here. So we're receiving from all ports, and we want the packet to equal the raw data. So we're going to say ether, and we're going to grab the raw data. And I got this little suggestion here. I went ahead and clicked it. It said that I needed to import more from Escapee, so I went ahead and did that. I'm not sure if that was actually necessary, but we'll leave it for now. And then we'll come down and print the packet summary. So we want to print the summary. So we're still getting this little error here because it wants us to have an accept. So we can come down here and say accept. And now we want to do, there's a keyboard interruption such as like a Control-C, and then we want to close the sniffer. So we'll say sniffer socket dot close, and that should close for us. Let me run this real quick and see where our error is at. Okay, so it turns out I had a typo in my keyboard interrupt. So now if we run this, we should be able to run it without an error, but it says that we are going to have to run this as sudo. So what we can do is come over to our terminal, and we can type in sudo python3, and we want to run the sniffer program. Let's see, what do we have? We want to run main.py, and this should run for us now that we are running sudo. And if we type in our password, this should start running for us here. And what we can do is come out and refresh this page and see if we are capturing any packets, and we are in fact capturing packets. It's going to tell us the ethers, the IP, the UDP, the DNS, where we're sending this to, and what is going on. So you can read through this. This is like creating your own personal Wireshark. So this is pretty simple, and you can save this and you'll be able to see your own packet sniffer. So you now have this, and you can read through Escapee and what all you can do with Escapee and sockets and see if you can add on to this project. But for now, this is a pretty simple way to create your own Wireshark and capture some data, as well as learn in the process about networking because you're going to need to know this as you are pursuing your career in cybersecurity. Okay, we are going to step up our programming here, and we are now going to create a port scanner such as Nmap, and we're going to make this run from our terminal down here. So that is where we are headed. So we can go ahead and click File, New Project. We're going to create a new project. I'm just going to call it Port Scanner. And we're going to go ahead and attach it to this window and replace that program. And we can delete this, click on our red dot, and we are ready to go. So like last time, we're going to be using sockets. So we can go ahead and import socket, and then we want to import sub processes this time, and we also want to import date and time. So we'll type in date time and see if this will work for us. So I think that's all we need to import this time. So the first thing we want to do is we're going to take an input and we're going to take it as our target IP. So we can say target equals, and we're going to have our input, and we're going to ask for a target IP address. So we can say enter the target IP address, just like this. And we can take it like that. We're actually going to create a function this time. So we'll say def and the port we want to scan. So we'll call this port scan, and we're going to take in our target as our parameter here. So we'll say target, and we can close this off, type in pass for just a second, and we want to call the function. So we're going to type in port scan, and we're going to pass in our target that we have right here. So our target variable. And now we can delete this pass here because we're ready to start putting in some information. So just like we did with our packet sniffer, we're going to start out with a try. So if we are able to enter in a successful target, we want it to try and do something with this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to say our IP address is going to equal the target. So we're going to set our IP address as our socket dot get host name like this, and then we want to pass in our target just like that. So now we have our IP address set with our target. So after we submit our target name, we want to actually print that our program is doing something. So we'll just say that the target is printing something. So we'll actually just make this print, and we'll make this an F string, and we'll say scanning the target. And then we'll pass in the IP address, so we can just put IP like that. And so we have that printing, and we could add in here the date and time, which is why I had this right here imported. And to get our date and time to print, we're actually not going to be able to run this as an F string like I like to. So we'll just say time started, and we have to come outside of our quotes, put a comma, and then type in date time and now with calling the function. So the reason we are getting this little error right here is from our date time, we're going to have to come to the front and say from date time, we want to import date time. Now we get that to go away for us, and this needs to be indented. So now we can come down and we can start our actual port scanner. So now that it's going to print everything for us and then give us an error, it's going to tell us we need to indent. But it's actually already indented enough, so we'll ignore that for now. We need to create our for loop. So we can say for the port in range, so whatever range of ports you want to scan. I have a hack the box running, so I'm actually going to just scan like port 21, 22, 23, 80, so you can see some are open, some will be open, and some will not be open. And then we can come down here, create a variable socket, and it's going to be just like we saw last time. It's going to be socket dot socket, and we're going to create a class here, and we're going to tell it socket dot af init, just like we saw previously. And then we want to do socket dot the socket, only this time we're going to use stream just like this, and we are going to now say sock.setting,
and we're going to give it a timeout. This is similar to what you would see on Nmap. You're going to try and reach out to the IP address on that specific port, and if it times out in a specific amount of time, it's going to say that the connection is closed or open. So this is our attempt to connect to the actual port. So we're going to give it a timeout, and then if there is a timeout, then we're going to put in an if statement. But before then, we need to put in our result. So the result will be sock.connect, and we want this one right here. And if it does connect, we're going to tell it we want the IP and the port. So let me close out of that and come down to the next line. And down here, we're going to put our if statement. If the result is equal to false, and then we're going to say that we want to print the port is open, so we can put the 0 here. If I can stop fat fingering, and we want to print down here, we're going to say the port like this, and we're going to say that it's open, and then we want to format it. So dot format the port like that. And then we will want to close the socket. So we'll say sock.close just like this. And actually, now that I'm looking at this, we're not going to be able to pass in these ports right here in this way because we're doing a range. I forgot that we're not taking an input. So up here, it's actually going to have to be like 20 through 90. So we can do this range of ports. So it'll be 20 through 90. And I had a typo. The reason this was red was because we needed a port up here to actually say port instead of pot. I'm sure that you guys caught that as you were following along. And our little squiggly will go away as soon as we put in our exceptions. So we'll come down here and we will say except. So if we have a problem, we're going to have socket, and we're going to have it give an error. So we'll type in dot GIA error just like this, and then down here we want it to do something, so we can just say print host name could not be resolved, and then we can come down and put another except, and we can say except socket dot error, and then if we have an error we can do something pretty similar, and we can just say print, and we're going to print could not connect to the server. So let's see if this will work for us. Let's actually give this a run. So we'll go ahead and try it. And we have an int right here. This should be an input. So input. Now let's give this a run again. And it says enter the IP address. The hack the box that I have running is the same one I've been running. And it is 11.183. It is the box ambassador. And we get our first error that we get to try and debug. So let's see what we have going on. Okay, actually, I believe this little port scan is going to be our problem right here. You can see that it tells us in line 17 we have an issue. So in line 17, I believe that port should be port, not port scan. So let's try this again. 183, and it tells us port 22 is open, which it is open, and then 80 is open. So it actually skipped over the ports 20, 21, 24, 25, and all the rest, but it did successfully do a port scan from ports 20 to 90, and these are ports that are indeed open. I believe on this box port 3306 is open as well, so if you wanted to, you could run this and go 3306. It's going to take a lot longer to run the port scan, but it should identify that port as open as well. So it's going to go ahead and run this port scan for us. I'll bring you back once it has hit port 3306, so you can see that it's actually port scanning all the way through. And in the future, we will turn this program into a graphical user interface similar to like Burp right here, where we have buttons and we can put in some input. Only it's going to be not near as complex as Burp. But we are going to make a graphical user interface so that way you guys can see how to use those, and then also how to create classes out of objects, which we are going to be doing in the very near future. And it looks like it turns out we did not need to import the subprocesses, so we could actually delete that. And it looks like all we needed was the socket and the date time. This is still running for this port down here, and we are going to be moving on and looking at some object-oriented programming and how we can create our own objects and classes. This is going to be something that is really hard to grasp at the beginning, but once you have a handle on it, it's not that big of a deal, and you will be able to create your own classes and objects. Okay, so it tells us that port 3000 was open, not port 3306. So with that, let's go ahead and start checking out some object-oriented programming, and we will create some more projects after we get a good handle on how to use classes and objects and how we can create our own. And let's go ahead and check this out now. So that concludes this course. If you are interested in the more advanced course and you're looking forward to more Python content, you can go ahead and subscribe. And in the next couple of months, I will post the full 10 hours here on YouTube. Thanks for watching.